for department presentations, followed by a recess for dinner. There will be an opportunity for public testimony this evening at 6 p.m. You may provide written testimony by email to bcc@clackamas.us, which will be included in the record and provided to the members of the committee. All oral public testimony will be heard this evening at 6 p.m. Tomorrow, Thursday, May 28th, 2026, the Clackamas County Budget Committee will reconvene at 8 a.m. for deliberations and voting on the fiscal year 26-27 proposed budget. This committee will now proceed with presentations by the elected officers. Elizabeth, if you would be so kind as to begin that process.
Mr. Chair, first is assessment and taxation according to our noticed schedule. Assessor is here. Mr. Rueda, if you could please come forward.
Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, Budget Committee. My name is Bronson Rueda, and I'm a county assessor. Thank you for giving me the platform today to present my budget and answer any questions that you may have. I will start off by doing something I've never done before, and that is I'm going to read you the assessment and taxation mission statement. The statement is to provide administration of the state property tax laws, including appraisal, assessment, tax collection, and mapping services to property taxpayers, county citizens, and taxing districts so they can have confidence in the tax system, districts are funded to deliver their services, and all stakeholders receive the highest quality customer service. I think that last piece is important, the customer service, because I believe educating the public on how Oregon's property tax system works is important. Because of the complexity of the system, there's a lot of misinformation out there, and my department is here to help. If anyone has any questions, please contact me or my staff, and we can help you navigate the property tax world. I'm assuming that you can see the presentation up there in the front. Okay, so we can turn to page 2. At a high level, my fiscal year 27 proposed budget is $12,269,400, which includes $10.5 million of the general fund, and the proposed budget is an 8% increase over the current budget. The increase is due to a drop in vacancy as our staffing levels have normalized after a multi-year stint of higher than typical vacancy. Also, this fiscal year, we had a pay increase for 7 positions because of market analysis determined that their pay was lower than the market indicated. We can go to page 3. So starting with the revenue line items at the top, I have 5 of them this year, and normally I only have 4. The extra one is at the top, $108,000. This is a restricted beginning balance and is a carryover from last year's one-time general fund appropriation of $240,000 to pay for a TS position assigned solely to A&T to help us procure and implement a new core system. This position was hired about mid-fiscal year, which left a remaining balance to carry over. The bulk of our revenue is from the general fund in the amount of $10,567,000. The other 3 revenue sources my department receives are from CAFA, enterprise, zone fees, and miscellaneous fees. As you can see, the miscellaneous fees are anticipated to increase 34% over the current amended budget. This is due to historical year-over-year growth in our fees and an increase in our fee schedule. Moving to the expense section, about 75% make up personnel expenses, and the rest is materials and services, which include postage, continuing education, and memberships and publications for appraisers and their valuation work, telephone and internet costs, software maintenance, and cost allocations. My personnel costs are up 11% over last year, which, as I mentioned earlier, is due to higher staffing levels and an increase in salary for 7 positions. Let's go ahead and move to the final page, fiscal year 26-27, looking ahead. I have listed 2 opportunities and 2 challenges. The first bullet in each category is our core system replacement project. I have talked with this committee the last 4 years about this project and how we have partnered with Lane, Yamhill, and Wasco counties to procure new core software. Our current core software was purchased in 1999, over 25 years ago. Technology has advanced over that time, and Oregon property tax laws have changed as well. There are software systems that have workflows that can create efficiencies in our processes and are more apt to keep up with the legislative changes. I started with Clackamas County in May of 2019, and at that time, the A&T department already had a goal to obtain funding for a new core system by 2020. That was 7 years ago, and we're finally on the brink of selecting a vendor. We have graded the proposals, and we have had in-person demos in April. Right now, we are in the process of performing reference checks, which will produce final grades, followed by an award to one of the 3 vendors still in consideration. The cost of our new software is not in our proposed budget because the cost is unknown at this point and depends on the vendor awarded. Our project manager has the following conclusion from their analytical work on our current software. They say the county's current assessment and taxation systems are expensive, siloed, and lack proper vendor support. Despite the county's heavy investment in these systems, staff must rely on spreadsheets, databases, paper files, manual reconciliations, and double data entry to complete critical work. These processes are inefficient, time-consuming, and prone to mistakes, creating risk in valuation, billing, collections, revenue distribution, and compliance. A modern core platform would reduce manual work, increase staff efficiency, improve data accuracy and visibility, and provide a scalable foundation that can grow with the county's future needs. So, as the project manager's conclusion indicates, we have opportunities. New software should be able to take most of our out-of-system processes and streamline the work to create efficiencies with workflows. The challenge will be maintaining current service levels while implementing a new system. We already know it will be a 2 to 4 year implementation window. It will take personnel time and resources to move from our legacy system to a new system. I've reported before that we are currently over 11 FTE understaffed by the Department of Revenue staffing guidelines. However, my staff are ready and eager to transition to a new system, and it will be a heavy lift, but a necessary one. The second challenge I've listed are unfunded mandates. This is always a challenge because my staff and I have a strong desire to serve the public and provide excellent customer service while complying with existing laws. This gets harder and harder each year in each legislative session with unfunded mandates. The second opportunity I have listed is regarding the A&T funding. And if you recall, during the 2025 legislative session, Oregon A&T departments statewide made a push for additional funding from legislators. Although unsuccessful, another push for A&T statewide funding is planned for the 2027 legislative session, so stay tuned. Thank you for your time. Are there any questions?
Go ahead, Commissioner Savas.
So, thank you for the presentation. You mentioned your 11 FTEs down.
Correct.
Okay. And I'm looking here on the prior slide there we go.
So Commissioner Savas, that 11 FTEs, the Department of Revenue oversees all 36 counties in Oregon, their assessment taxation functions. And they have a study that they have a formula. I can't begin to describe it. There's multiple variables that they plug in that determines the system that the county uses, the workload that they have, and they determine how many staff it would take to properly run an A&T system in each county. So there's a number for each county that they have. And for our county, right now, we're over 11 staff under what that number is.
Okay. So it's not that what you're saying here is what it ought to be comparatively for an A&T for this size county, right? And the FTE here showing 61 and 58, and you're 3 short, it looks like. Total, so vacant of 3, but you're talking beyond that. You're talking in order to get your staff and system and all these things implemented in the future comparatively, that'd be 11 more.
Right. So to sum it up again, so we have 61. Department of Revenue says we should have over 72 in order to do all the functions that are required under state law.
Okay. And what's the fully loaded cost per person of that 11? Do you foresee the fully loaded cost? It'd be 100, 150, 200?
I don't have that number in front of me, and it would vary from position to position.
Okay. All right. I'd be interested in knowing what the price tag would be for that.
Okay. What's the timeline on that?
Oh, no rush. Whatever, just get it right, I guess. Yeah.
I would Elizabeth, Budget or Finance Director, I would recommend that any of these requests be brought back tomorrow for your discussion in deliberation.
And to make it clear, I'm not requesting additional FTE. I'm not requesting that. The point I'm trying to make is my staff are doing an outstanding job above and beyond what they are given, and we're understaffed per the guidelines, but we're still getting the job done. There's things that we could do that would benefit us, that would make us more in compliance with the law and how we're supposed to do things to get our overarching goal of 100% real market value on the roll. But we can't, and that's not necessarily a detrimental thing, but in order for us to get where we want to be, we would need more FTE, but we don't need that right now. Could we have it and do a better job? Absolutely.
Okay. I'm not inferring that we've got the money to fund those positions, right? But I would certainly like to understand what that is, and also have an understanding of what the return on investment would be when you talk about getting the full AV basically assessed. And so if there is an ROI that's out there, that'd be nice to know. And I know that's a guess, right?
Right. So can I address that ROI piece for a minute? Is that okay?
Sure.
So when I hear bodies talk about ROI in terms of my work, legislators really hit this hard when we go down there asking for money. So in my position, in all of A&T positions statewide, we aren't focused on how much tax we can collect. That's not any of our goal, is to collect the most tax as possible. That's not our goal. Our goal, which is statutorily required, is to make sure we have all the inventory, so all the buildings in the county on the tax roll. That's our inventory, and to make sure they're properly valued at real market value. That is our goal. Tax is just a math calculation, an outcome of us putting that on the roll, all those buildings. So our goal isn't to go out and try to get as much tax as we can. Absolutely not. We want to make sure that we have all the buildings, all the inventory on our tax roll, and that it's fair and equitable. So person A over here has 2 buildings and they're getting fairly and equitably taxed. Person over here has 2 buildings, but we only have 1 on the tax roll. That's not fair. We want to make sure we have all the inventory so everything is fair and equitable. So I want to make it clear when you, not just you, but they always talk about ROI. If we give you more staff, can we collect more taxes? Maybe, but that's not our goal. That may be your goal. That's not my goal. My goal is to make sure all the inventory is on the tax roll.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And when I say ROI, I know that's a easy way to convey a message to say, is there a benefit, right? And how you articulated that is perfect, right? I don't have that ability to understand exactly how to word that, so you did a great job. Thank you.
All right, and I missed the order that cards went up in, so I'm going to pick randomly. Commissioner Helm, go first, please.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, Bronson, and I hear your challenges, and I know you make do with the best you can, and it always kind of baffles me when I hear how old our software here is at the county, not just in your department, but other departments as well. But what I think I heard you say is that this new program is not baked into this budget.
Correct.
Because you can't even get a ballpark based on other counties that have done a switch over with their software or hardware?
Well, I have I have a range, if you want to hear what that range is.
I kind of do, because
Okay.
I'm afraid of what's going to happen next year when you come back before us.
Right. So the range, there's two pieces. One is a one-time cost, and the other is a yearly maintenance fee, which we pay now. Our yearly maintenance fee is, I think it's around $430,000 to kind of put things in perspective. So the one-time fee ranges between $930,000 and $4 million. There's 3 vendors that are still in play. And then the yearly maintenance fees range between $275,000 and $665,000. So discussions as part of this process, the decision was not to put this in the current budget because it's such a wide range and it's an unknown right now, so.
Some of that's CapEx.
Yeah. Okay, all right. I just would have thought that you would have even just pick a middle ground, just so even if you came in under that range or something next year, I don't know, it just is a little odd to me that some of it's not baked in, just in preparation of.
So Gary's not here, so I don't, hopefully he would back me on this, but the discussions I've had with him, and maybe Elizabeth knows this, I don't know, that there's money, since this has been such a long process, years and years,
Right.
there's money set aside
Okay.
for us to get this implemented. So we would, if once we awarded somebody a vendor, then we would go with a supplemental budget request and then put that into the budget at some point whenever that award is made. I'm hoping by June or July, but things seem to take longer than I would like them to in this process.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Caton?
Yeah, is part of that a CapEx or an OpEx, ongoing OpEx, in terms of the budget for the replacement software?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Is that a part of that cost, capital versus operating, or is it just going to all be a part of an operating expense going forward in terms of when it's awarded and then when it's an ongoing annual fee?
I believe it's the operating costs. I'm looking to finance to.
If it's a cloud-based, it's probably all operating OpEx.
Yes.
then. That's all it is.
Our goal
Okay.
is to get a cloud-based system.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Another quick question, you mentioned increase in your fees
Yes.
of 38%. I was wondering what those fee increases were, and if you could give me a little, more flavor about what that is, I'm curious.
Sure, so I don't have the list in front of me, but it was around February that the county went before the board and presented their current fee list and their proposed increases, if any. So we went through that process, and the board approved our proposed fee list increase. Now, we hadn't looked at our fee, and I don't have it with me. We hadn't increased any of our fees since I believe it was 2018 or 2019. And so the policy states you can increase it, the amount of the not the COLA, but the help me out here, the amount that you can increase the fees every year. CPI, thank you, the CPI. And so we did that with most of our fees. Some of our fees we increased more than CPI because it had been so long since we'd increased anything. Plus, some of the increases, like from $1 to $2, is more than the CPI, but it's a dollar.
It's 100%, yeah, it's
Yeah.
percentage-wise, very good. Another quick follow-up on the new system that you're assessing, the 3 systems it sounds like. Is there any FTE efficiencies that are looked at from what you're currently having? You got a 25-year system, it sounds like. I don't know if the Department of Revenue or wherever they looked at that said, well, based on this old system, you need this many people, but on the new system, do you anticipate not needing that 11 FTE perhaps? And is there AI integrations or something that helps you with your operating processes then going forward, do you anticipate?
Yes, our hope is that we won't need the 11 FTE that we're talking about, that we won't need that. It's too early to tell. I don't know what system we're going to have, and each one has different functionality. And so I'm hopeful that we'll be able to not be up here, that I won't be up here asking for 11, in 2 years with the new system. I'm hopeful that we will be able to integrate our new system and integrate new technology like AI that's on. 2 years ago, that wasn't even on our radar, but now it's just exploding on the
On
scene.
everyone's radar right now.
And so, the part of the thing that we've been able to do the last 4 or 5 years in maintaining the current staffing level is we've purchased, little packages of software here, little packages of software there that have enabled us to do our job better. And so, a new system will hopefully tie all of that together, and we can use the current staff. I think some positions may change in daily tasks, and maybe some things will be combined with the new system. I don't know yet, but stay tuned. It'll be interesting.
I'm familiar with those kind of integrations, so I feel your pain. All right, thanks.
Mr. Karn, was your question addressed?
Some of it got answered. I do have one follow-up on that. So with our neighboring counties, both Washington and Multnomah, their system, Mr. Bronson, are any of those counties in an area where they purchased a new system, operating system within the last 5 years?
Not within the last 5 years. So Multnomah and Washington both transitioned 8 to 10 years ago.
Okay.
They purchased 8 to 10 years ago. It took a while for implementation, but not within the last 5.
Okay.
Was-
I won't bother then with the second question.
Well,
Since that time frame was so long, it wouldn't be fair to ask what did they have to pay, and if it was more than 10 years ago, I understand. It'd be completely different today.
So, the Multnomah and Washington counties, they're not on a cloud-based system. So it's my understanding cloud-based systems, yearly maintenance is more expensive. Sounds like Jeff, you may have some experience in this, so correct me if I'm wrong, but a cloud-based system has higher maintenance fees, and since they don't have that, it would be comparing apples to apples. Is that?
Do you have an annual subscription for, ongoing, operating of the system? Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Elizabeth?
Yeah, I've been requesting information from our procurement department, and it looks like we have about $700,000 to $900,000 for the initial cost for the software, and up to $3 million over the term of the contract. Potentially is what we may be looking at. Does that sound right? Does that sound good?
Yeah, I haven't talked with Gary about numbers.
Is that a 5 or 10 year contract, offhand, that they're offering? I'm just curious if it was a 5 or 10 year contract you're looking at renewal.
We haven't gotten to that point.
Yeah.
The next step is to award, and then contract negotiations begin. So, I don't know, do you have a recommendation on what we should try to do?
Perhaps offline we can talk that.
Training and maintenance is built into that final cost, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, your card's down, I assume? All right, thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I believe the treasurer is next, is that right?
Yes. Presenting next is our county treasurer, Brian Nava.
Andrew, I'm gonna say the number on the bottom of the slides. What page I'm going on? Good morning. We get set up here. We're a little bit over and I have 45 minutes of presentation, so.
Oh,
that's-
please.
Just kidding, okay. Welcome, Jeff. Morning. Good morning, Budget Committee members, the Board of County Commissioners, County Administration, and staff. My name is Brian Nava, and I'm the Clackamas County Treasurer. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today and to speak to the over 432,000 people of Clackamas County, the best county in the United States of America. I'd like to first acknowledge my colleagues. Without the work of them and my wonderful colleagues we have in the Treasurer's Office, our mission and Clackamas County's mission cannot be achieved. I'd also like to thank the budget staff for all their help. Jen, Megan, and the newly retired Roxanne were our primary contacts, but info from the entire budget team was great. As always, I'm extremely excited to be here to talk about the Treasurer's Office in whatever capacity. The Treasurer's Office and really just all Clackamas County employees have been doing some tremendous work, and it is extremely exciting to share some of that information with you today. The mission of the Treasurer's Office is to provide treasury, banking, investment, and audit services to the public of Clackamas County so they can trust that their funds are safeguarded, and to the taxing districts departments, offices, and service districts of Clackamas County so they can efficiently and effectively provide services to their customers. As Gary outlined in his budget message, the county and its 8 service districts have a budget of over $1.99 billion. The assessor's office also levies property taxes for over $1.2 billion. Generally speaking, all funds collected by the county, the service districts, and the assessor's office are held safely and securely by the treasurer's office until they are ready for distribution. Our budget and goals align with and support all of the county's strategic priorities, but especially the county's goal of building public trust through good government. Page 15. We have a budget for fiscal year 27 of $1,776,912. This represents just a $132,072 increase from our fiscal year 26 projected budget. The treasurer's office continues to be one of the county's smallest budgets and one of the mightiest. Page 16. Page 16 breaks down our budget by revenues and expenditures as a whole. I am happy to go over any additional questions you may have with the breakdown on these pages at the end of the presentation, but for now, I will simply highlight that our costs generally break down the same as in years past. Our expenditures represent approximately 9% in allocated internal service costs, 81% in personal service costs, and 10% in materials and services. The most important asset we have in the county is our people, and our office is tightening our belts and trying to find ways to reduce materials and services costs to help with our increasing internal service allocated costs and personal service costs. It continues to get tighter and tighter, as you guys know. Page 17. So looking ahead, I applaud the colleagues in my office and all the 2,495.3 employees of Clackamas County. I see you and I'm so appreciative of what you do to make this county the best county ever. So challenges, Americans with Disabilities Act and limited English proficiency updates. I think this is really both a challenge and opportunity for Clackamas County. There's a lot of work that has been done and a lot more to do. Thanks to PGA and TS for all the support. It is a huge undertaking and challenge to get all this work done, but what a great opportunity to provide services and information to our residents, all of our residents in Clackamas County. Allocated costs of materials and services. I am purposely talking fast. Is everybody okay with the speed here?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, just want to make sure. There's not much more to say than we are continuing to look at everything we can to make the penny go as far as we can. I suggested bunk desks in our office to help limit our footprint and reduce our costs, but no one wanted to bunk under the desk under me. Okay, that was a joke. Good, I got a
I
couple.
know.
Good, Jeff, welcome. I'm good. You're filling in here. As one of the commissioners said yesterday, I am thankful that we continue to be good stewards of our residents' money, and I do believe that. Cash management. In terms of cash management, it will continue to be on the forefront of all our minds for the future. Courthouse payments are reducing general fund availability. Federal and state funding is decreasing or being eliminated, making it hard to operate programs for some of our most vulnerable populations. Inflation and one-time funding sources ending. As you know, the Treasurer's Office does the cash management activities for Clackamas County. This includes, but is not limited to, managing the county's bank accounts, money market accounts, investments, trust accounts, interest distributions, associated reconciliations, and much, much more. And thank you, Leah from OSU Extension Service District, for the compliment yesterday on the return you are getting from your funds for that district. I want to make sure I'm very clear here when I say cash management activities in the future will be a challenge. This is very much in conjunction with County Administrator Schmidt's, what he said in his budget mission on Tuesday afternoon. I also want to applaud this budget committee, county administration, and the board on all the work they have done to continue to keep our budget balanced for now and in the future. It's important and really good work that's being done here. Interest rates, and so this slide for interest rates is already dated, and there's a bigger economic question and discussion here, but I'm actually going to quote the Oregon Economic and Revenue Forecast that was issued May 20th, 2026 by the state of Oregon. Read it. It's a very good read, and they said, and I'll quote, "At the start of the calendar year, market expectations assumed the Fed would continue reducing interest rates. Now, expectations for rate cuts have shifted toward an extended pause with an increasing possibility of a rate increase by calendar year end." End quote. So this slide is already dated in the information I put there a month ago. Okay, calls to the Good Government Hotline. So calls to the county's fraud, waste, and abuse Good Government Hotline have generally increased over the years in number, but more notably increasing also in complexity. Each call is taken very seriously, and sometimes staff are knee-deep in an audit or advisory engagement when they are pulled away to prioritize a report received to the Good Government Hotline. I commend the Board of County Commissioners in their continued support of the internal audit function and the Good Government Hotline. According to the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners, The number one way to identify fraud, waste, or abuse is to have a hotline, and a hotline where you can remain anonymous. Clackamas County has that hotline. The Board of County Commissioners have done a great job in supporting this function and helping ensure integrity at Clackamas County and its 8 service districts. Staffing and resources. We realize this is a challenge throughout the county. Do more with less, unfunded or underfunded mandates, as my colleagues have said, and more. A recent study performed indicated that an internal audit at Clackamas County should be staffed with approximately 3.5 auditors for a county of our size. We are thankful for the continued discussions with county administration and the Board of County Commissioners on this topic. These discussions have been productive, and we're hopeful we can start to get there soon. This is more informational in nature, and to let you know we appreciate your continued support. So opportunities, cash handling. The Treasurer's Office is very happy to announce that we have begun to offer cash handling training to Clackamas County and all Clackamas County municipalities. This invaluable training that is modeled after the Public Treasury Institute's guidance has already been performed regularly at the county for the past few years, and we're excited to offer this to our partners throughout the county free of charge. In addition to our office managing over $1.99 billion in cash for Clackamas County and its service districts, as I mentioned, my office, in conjunction with the Assessor's Office, prepares and distributes over $1.2 billion in taxes to the over 120 taxing districts in Clackamas County. It is both an honor and a pleasure to hold this position for and on behalf of the great people of Clackamas County, and what a great opportunity to not only help ensure Clackamas County employees handling cash are properly trained, but also help employees at municipalities and service districts handling this scarce resource. System implementation and upgrades. As the greatest county in Oregon, we do a ton for our 432,000 plus residents. From the top of Mount Hood to the depths of the Willamette River, urban, rural, Clackamas County has it all. With such a diverse topography and population, we are constantly working with all departments, offices, and service districts that accept public funds to help ensure funds are received safely, securely, and as efficiently as possible. In the past year alone, we've worked with DTD, Justice Court, Finance, West, the Clerk's Office, Sheriff's Office, Dog Services, H3S, and soon to be the Assessor's Office. Unclaimed checks and abandoned property. When you don't cash your check for an extended period of time, my office does the due diligence process to try and get you your money before we are statutorily required to send it to the state. I was presenting this topic at a local chamber event, and someone said, "Is this an infomercial? Are you J.G. Wentworth?" Where he says, "It's your money, use it when you need it." No, this is not an infomercial, this is real. It's your money. For whatever reason, you lost the check, never got the check, the dog ate the check. We've actually heard it all. Our goal is to get you the money that is rightfully yours through the incredible partnership with PGA, and as well as Buell's Impression and Printing. We have significantly increased getting our residents their money by continuing to update our outreach tools. And to that end, for those listening online and for those who watch us later, if you get a letter from my office that states you have an uncashed check, please call us. It's likely true, and we want to get you your money. We also employ notaries on staff that can assist, all of this free of charge. We actually recently got an employee about $20,000 of their checks that they had not cashed. Professional leadership engagement. Clackamas County continues to be a leader in the state of Oregon. Last year, we hosted the Oregon Association of County Treasurers and Finance Officers annual conference at Clackamas County. And this year, Internal Audit will be hosting the Association of Local Government Auditors regional event. Clackamas County is leading the way in these important organizations. And a huge shout out to Chair Roberts as well as County Administrator Spent for speaking at one of our most recent events. And thanks to facilities for all the support in the setup and tear down. It is a ton of work, as you know, as probably everybody knows here hosting an event. Quality assurance review, the auditors get audited. Internal Audit recently completed the quality assurance review, which is a review of our audit function performed by outside auditors. In short, we passed with flying colors, and now we are working on comments from that review to help strengthen the effectiveness of the function. Huge success and shout out to Jody and Kathy for all the work they've done. And as the board had already heard, Internal Audit also recently received the highest award from ALGA, the Association of Local Government Auditors, on the recently issued Asset Management Report. Incredible work coming out of that division, as most of you have experienced. So I'll end with this. Beyond thanking all my extremely talented colleagues that possess some of the highest knowledge, skills, and abilities in the country, I also want to take a minute to thank the volunteers that make Clackamas County the best place to live, work, and play. Whether you're helping out a food pantry, assisting the homeless, serving on a nonprofit board, thank you, Diana, for joining the Children's Center Board, or much, much more, we could not be the best county in the United States of America without the work of our volunteers. Along those lines, also a special shout out to the CPOs, hamlets, and villages, and to the public members of this budget committee, and some of you here today are part of both. I've seen or worked with each of you in different capacities over the past year, and you do it with little thanks and because you care about the well-being of this community, your community. Our office sees you, and we thank you for all you do. And as I like to joke with some of my fellow volunteer board members on these various nonprofit type boards, whatever they're paying you, double it, even triple it. And because some people might not get that bad joke, doubling or tripling $0 on a volunteer board is still $0. I welcome any and all questions you may have, and if I don't have the answer today, I'll make sure to get it to you shortly. Again, thank you, Budget Committee members, for your service.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Caton.
Yeah, thank you for your work in the Treasury. I appreciate it from my own experience. Quick question on internal audit,
Yes.
and that's one where is AI going to become a part of your auditing and internal review process, and or in terms of how it's being used? Or I don't know if there's an AI policy with the county at this point or not, but that's something in the future, of course, to be looked at. Internally as well as in your own department, how AI is maybe being used for auditing purposes with your.
Right. No, and actually, I'm glad Cindy just showed up.
Yes.
I think I'll speak more. Yeah, welcome. I think I'll speak more globally on it.
Yeah.
I would say yes. And in terms of that policy, I had actually talked to Lanu, our TS director, about this probably about a month ago. And I think it's sitting with the policy committee right now. So once that policy gets through and passed by the county, I think that's going to give opportunity not just internal audit and treasury, but the whole county to be able to take a look at the best ways to be able to facilitate implementing AI throughout our various departments. Did I get that right, Cindy? I know I'm putting you on the spot. Okay.
Good job.
All right.
Great, thank you.
Commissioner Savas.
Yeah, Andrew, could you go back a slide? Yes. So I'm looking at your FTE count across those years displayed, and I see also displayed in that red line dip, there was a jump from your actuals, not from your actuals, but from your expenses and your revenues. That was 677, for example, in 23-24, 601 in 24-25, and then it jumped to $1 million in plus in 25-26, but your FTE stayed flat. So what was that attributed to? Just
Right. Well, so similar to what Bronson had said, our whole accounting staff went through a review. So we had accounting specialists to begin with, and now they went to accountant 1, 2s, and seniors, and then also all the management went through their review as well. So I believe most of, if not all of it, is attributed to what HR has been doing, their great work in terms of going through and doing those evaluations of employees and making sure, now I'm forgetting the HR, the law that had passed, equal pay.
equal pay. Okay, thank you.
It also looks like revenue dropped in charges, fees, licenses, and permits, and that difference was moved to general fund. Mr. Carr.
Thank you, Brian. Question for your bullet points, and you listed under challenges as we're looking under that, and again under internal audits. We all know that certainly in the current day we live in the news cycle, we're seeing a lot about government waste and fraud. I just have a question. Are you seeing an increase in calls on fraud in the county or questions about that?
Right. So I would say we're seeing an increase in complexity on those calls. So what we did is we had the Humberson report, and I have one of it here that I can get you guys a copy of later. But basically, it's showing it shows unfounded, substantiated or partially substantiated, and unsubstantiated. And prior, we would get a lot of calls that were unfounded, and that basically means that we didn't have enough information or it didn't belong to us. And I'll give you an example. I worked at the state for 12 years, and we had a fraud hotline as well. And we would get a call for food stamp fraud. Well, DHS has their own food stamp fraud team. And that's a common call that I think all organizations get. So we would label that as unfounded, and we would actually give them the appropriate resource, which is the SNAP hotline with the Department of Human Services. So it would go as unfounded. Now what we're finding is, I think, as we've been doing a lot more outreach, employees, volunteers, and the likes are getting more sophisticated and better understanding the use of the hotline. So they're giving us calls that can be investigated in a lot more detail, that are more pertinent to county operations that we can actually look at versus forwarding to somebody else. So the calls are generally increasing, but I would say the complication is more the fact that the complexity we're getting requires a lot more review.
Thank you.
Commissioner Salas.
One quick question. I know that we're, from an auditing standpoint for a county our size, we have 2 currently. I know what's comparatively, what should we have?
Right, 3.5 it was the last study we
Okay,
saw.
so we're about 1.5 down. Okay, thank you.
All right, I don't see any other questions. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thanks.
Is it the clerk next?
Yes, Chair, we have our county clerk, Clerk Catherine McMullen will come and present.
Good morning, folks. My name is Catherine McMullen. I'm the county clerk, and I have with me Michael Newgard, my management analyst, too. Hello, Chair Saranac and Budget Committee members. I am the county clerk overseeing 3 distinct divisions: elections, recording, and records management. And I also have my managers here if there are additional detailed questions in the back. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you and to the public today. I also want to especially thank the public members of the Budget Committee for their service to the county. Thank you. The budget before you is prepared purposely and intentionally by myself and staff, and this budget ensures that Clackamas County can continue to comply with all federal, state, and local laws and statutes pertaining to my office. The mission of the Office of the County Clerk and its major divisions is to build public trust through good and responsive government. The Office of the Clerk ensures equitable and inclusive access to local government services through conducting accurate and transparent elections, empowering every voice, recording real property transactions, issuing marriage licenses, officiating weddings, and preserving the public record. If you go to the next slide, you can see on the department budget summary by fund, the Office of the County Clerk is broken up into 2 lines of business and 5 programs. The Office of the Clerk, the Property Valuation Appeals Board, elections, and recording programs are funded through revenue, grants, and general fund support. The Records Management is an internal division that supports all other county departments and is funded through allocations and revenue. My department is unique and that includes both internal and external services, and it has multiple revenue streams, allowing us to meet our primary statutorily required functions. As the department director, I oversee 20 county staff as well as 140 temporary elections employees. We currently have 1 vacant position in the recording division that we expect to have hired in June. The recording division brings in revenue from recording real property documents, issuing marriage licenses, and officiating weddings. This revenue is collected by my staff, primarily for other purposes at the state and county levels. This includes the Family Violence Prevention Funds, CAFA, Survey, GIS, Resolution, and Land Corner funds. This fiscal year to date, 52% of recording revenue has gone to state funds, 11% has gone to other county departments, and 37% has been retained within the clerk's office to fully fund the operation of the recording division and about half of the elections division. Other revenue that my department collects is passport application and photo fees from the Records Management Division and some billable expenses to local jurisdictions to conduct elections in the Elections Division. I continue to direct my staff to only budget for what is necessary, and for our general fund support makes up 44% of our total budget. I'm proud of my team and our careful stewardship of taxpayer dollars. If you go to slide 3, items of note, if you look at the revenue, we have federal grants this fiscal year in the amount of $18,543 expended. Our capital outlay has been reduced to 0 as our fiscal year 24-25 project to replace our mail ballot sorter is complete. The mail ballot sorter was installed at the beginning of 2025 and has now been used for 3 elections, including the one we're finishing up now. The remodel of the mail ballot sorter room in the ballot processing area was completed at the beginning of this fiscal year, and all funds have been expended. The charges, fees, license, and permits increased by 16%. This includes recording fees, marriage licenses, wedding officiation, notary services, and limited elections fees from special districts. Our general fund support increased by $126,000 and, $126,762, which is 5%, to 2.7 million. And then if you look at personnel services, that increased by 7%. This is increases in wages across all positions, and we completed class and compensation studies for all divisions this fiscal year. We had to shift to one position from the elections division to the clerk's office with no change to FTE for a 21 FTE total. Our materials and service budget increased by 12%. Our vendor contracts increase on a planned year-to-year basis, so this was not unexpected. And good news, our ballot printing vendor did not increase costs, unlike every other vendor, and we saved a little bit in printing as well because of the upgrade to our ballot tabulation system. The paper that we print ballots on is a little bit cheaper. And again, our capital outlay is reduced to 0. So if we go to slide 4, the last one, sorry, slide 25. If we look at challenges first, in recording, we have a continued lower overall division revenue for recorded documents due to that ongoing stagnation of the housing market, decreased housing activity in sales and refinances, and decreased construction of new homes, and that stabilized higher interest rates that was mentioned earlier by the treasurer with the interest rate expectations. In the clerk's office as a whole, we have a continued need for general fund support to maintain our statutorily required functions of elections, recording, and records management divisions. And then in elections, there's shifting legal and legislative landscape at the state and national level that affect elections administration, security, and funding that we're paying extra close attention to. Looking at opportunities, in recording, we have sustained public demand for notary, marriage license, and wedding appointments. Those are really popular services in our recording division. And in record management, there's sustained public demand for passport application acceptance appointments. And then finally, in elections, we've made significant improvements to elections administration processes, resources, and those were made in fiscal year 24-25 and this fiscal year, and that's allowed for increased efficiencies in staffing and printing and other resources. I want to thank you for your time today and happy to answer questions that you might have.
Commissioner Salas.
Yeah, well, thanks for your service and thanks for a well-run election. Seems like everything went pretty smooth. I do have a question on your M&S line. It's up 12%. What attributed that?
So it's a planned increase, from our vendor services. Michael, if you have more details.
One thing that we could talk about is we recently procured a new sorter last year, and it's on a tiered plan, goes up with inflation. We just procured a new ballot tally system from Clear Ballot, and it is more expensive than our last one. Even if we had renewed the previous contract, that one was going to go up as well. There's significant costs in there, and just a lot of things have to do with the rising costs of materials, ballots, things like that.
Okay. I'm going to be looking at all the departments in that line, just kind of getting a sense of what inflationary impact. So essentially that next year, it won't be as high then. It sounds like there's a one-time, there'll be a baseline cost for M&S, but it won't go up another 12% next year.
Well, we don't plan on procuring any new equipment in the next fiscal year, if that's what you're asking. We still do have plenty of contracts, though, where they have the built-in anywhere from 6 to 8% in the inflationary rise or increase.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, I'm not seeing any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you all.
All right, Chair, we have next the District Attorney's Office with District Attorney John Wentworth.
What about Justice Court?
Yeah,
Oh, I'm
Justice-
sorry. Justice Court, Judge Kathleen Ressetter, please. I apologize.
Maybe I don't have to do this.
No, please welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Chair, Commissioners, Budget Committee members. I'm shorter than she is. And County Administration and staff. I'm Kathleen Rastetter. I am the Justice Court Judge. And I'm going to paraphrase our mission because we really exist to try and make access to justice convenient, inexpensive, and efficient for our community. If you'd go to the next slide, please. We have two divisions. The first is a criminal division, which includes our traffic violations and other violations like fish and game, marine, and waymaster violations. The revenue from this division is from fees and fines. And then our civil division is small claims and eviction cases, and the revenue from that comes from filing and trial fees. We are self-sustaining, I can't say that, but that means we take no money from the general fund. So I'm happy to tell you that we actually bring money back to the general fund at the end of the year. It's typically been around $1 million. Slide 3, please. Or the next slide. This is the summary of the budget by fund, so you can see the criminal division and the civil division. And then the next slide is the summary of revenue and expenses. I just wanted to point out a few things on that. You can see under personnel services, there was an increase. We added an FTE, and that was to help us handle our increased workload. Then the materials and service went up. That is for software maintenance fees. We also added a civil software program that we did not have before, which helps us with efficiencies. Our lease also went up. We lease our space and it went up. And then we have security costs, postage went up, and our interpreter fees went up as well. So that's what the 39% increase is from that. If you see under special payments, there are transfers. Those are statutory transfers for the fines and fees that we collect. By statute, we have to return some of it to the Department of Revenue and also to the other citing agencies. And then there is another line there for $400,000. That is the transfers to the sheriff's office for their portion of the fines that they bring in and cite. So I just wanted to explain those few things. Next slide, please. I'm going to make up your time for you. So our opportunities are we're continuing to use our software in a way that helps us with efficiencies, but also makes our court more user-friendly. So we are having the IVR, which is the voice interactive phone system where people can call in and pay their fines on through the phone. We already have it online, but now they could also call and do that. And then we have upgraded our software. We're going to the cloud with our Tyler system. And it's one of the things it's going to allow us to do is let the parties file directly into the case. So right now they've been sending documents and things they want to file to an email address, and there's hundreds and hundreds of things that come into that address every day. So now they will be able to go right into the case, their own case, and file. So that helps them, and it'll be efficient for us as well. Our challenges are mainly that our revenue is dependent on how much is cited into the court and how much we collect. Not only have to impose the fine, but then you have to collect on it. So sometimes that can take time. We do eventually, and we've started doing more collections in-house. But it varies from year to year. So we typically are fairly conservative in our budget, just so that we don't overestimate our ability to bring in money. And then the other slides, I think, in the packet are just sort of breakdowns of the same information that's already been presented. There's individual slides by fund, but it's all the same information as on the third slide, or third portion of our presentation. So thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, doesn't look like there are any. Thank you.
I told you I'd get you back on time. Thank you.
And Chair, I was just testing, everybody's paying attention, thank you so much. The next is our District Attorney's Office with District Attorney John Wentworth. He's going to be via Zoom, and so our clerk is going to pull him up here in just a moment. And if we have any staff want to come up and make sure, please introduce yourselves as well.
Good morning, District Attorney. We can see you. Just want to make sure that we can hear you. If you could please test your audio.
You bet. Does this work?
Yes, we hear you. Thank you very much.
Wonderful.
All right.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to present remotely. I'm sorry I can't be there this week. I have asked Sam Crane, who is my office manager, to be present, as well as Bob Wilson, who is the person who runs my finance aspect of the office. The mission of the Clackamas County District Attorney's Office is to provide leadership, accountability, and high-quality service in a fair and just manner, so that those who live, work, and play in Clackamas County can enjoy a safe and livable community. And boy, do we accomplish that. As many of you are aware, and I just want to say it out loud, Clackamas County is the safest, not just large county, but safest county in Oregon of any county that's over 89,000 people. We are really close to catching up to Polk County, and we're working on it. We also are very successful in our prosecution efforts. Each year, Clackamas County wins awards from the Oregon District Attorneys Association as having the best prosecutors in juvenile, drug and property prosecution, DUI, wildlife prosecution, and legislative advocacy. And I'm really proud of my staff for carrying such a great weight and doing it so well. And then finally, I just want to mention that 2 years ago, we were fortunate enough to win being one of Oregon's best workplaces in 2024, which doesn't typically go to government entities. So we're very, very proud of that as well. We do all that with a budget. This year, we're proposing a budget of $21 million. And about 16.8 million of that comes from the general fund. Another 2.4 comes from the work we do in family support, where we get matching government funds to do that work. They match it. For every dollar the county spends, the federal government kicks in too. So it's a very efficient program to run, and we're very successful. We're now the best office in the state at collecting money for child support. The rest comes from different types of grants that we have applied for and received, where we've collected money through the county's efforts on opioid addiction efforts, for bias crimes prosecution, and also if you've paid attention to the news, deflection money that we use to try to serve those who have addiction of methamphetamine, fentanyl, heroin, the stronger drugs that create much of the crime, drive much of the crime that we see in Clackamas County. So we're also very successful in those efforts as well. One of the things that I want to point out is, we're not an office that generates a lot of revenue. One of the areas that we've been able to improve is actually addressing what it costs to actually provide this, what we call discovery. Those are the police reports, videos, any evidence that we use against a criminal defendant. We have captured what that actually costs, and we are now billing the state at a higher rate. We were collecting just over $400,000. We're now up to $600,000 a year, so that we're more accurately capturing the money that we need to actually provide that service. So that's been a huge help. I should add that our FTE in our office, and I say this as a way to kind of brag a little bit, that we run a very efficient office. Our FTE have increased by only 11 employees in the last 20 years. That's one of the reasons why of the 3 metropolitan district attorneys' offices, we run an office at the lowest cost per DDA per capita in the Portland metropolitan area. And so keeping our staff happy, doing that work efficiently, doing it well, all matters. And much of the credit goes to the staff that we have that are doing that work. If we can go to the slide with the challenges and opportunities, I'd like to speak a little bit more about that. Our opportunities that are coming up, looking ahead, we've made, as I mentioned, recent improvements in our discovery fee schedule. We also have made investments, as you've recently read, in technology enhancements that may lead to increased efficiencies over time. As we work to explore the application of artificial intelligence in prosecution, one of the big challenges that we've had with the increased use of body-worn cameras is we have to look at those videos in real time. So if an investigation takes 4 hours, we have deputy DAs who are having to look at those videos for 4 hours to make sure that we are fully familiar with the case. That is a new burden, opportunity too, but it's a burden that none of us anticipated just 5 years ago. So we have seized the use of AI to assist us in those projects. What AI can do for us is pretty amazing. It does make us more efficient, and I'm continuing to seek opportunities to leverage AI in a way that we have human oversight. I don't want to scare anyone, but to do that work well and to help us assist us in our continuing challenges. We also have an ongoing project to integrate our case management system with the police agency case management systems because, believe it or not, we're still, despite all the technology, we're still in an age where we have to do a lot of manual data entry, and the ability to transfer that digital information over seamlessly is just within our reach. And I hope by the end of this year, we're going to be in a place where we're doing that much more efficiently, and so that we can allocate our resources to other aspects of the office. That would be pretty exciting. And then our volunteer program has developed strong relationships with our community nonprofits to help support victim advocacy when budget constraints are challenging all of us. So very, very proud of that. Our challenges, we have operational costs that continue to grow at a rate that exceeds the county's funding for our office. And unfortunately, if this continues, we'll have to implement a hiring freeze that will result in unusually high caseload assignments, backlog, and perhaps a delay of services. Right now, we don't have a delay of services. Again, I'm very proud of my staff. But as we continue to have to pause, it appears we're going to have to do this year, pause with filling positions so that we have vacancy savings to make it to the end of the year. I worry that those backlogs and delays may increase. Right now, our budget, Gary has generously agreed to give us $500,000 to help close the gap. We're about $1 million short of what we fully need, but we still need about another $500,000 so that I can continue to provide those services without creating vacancy savings so that I can finish the work that we're already doing. Our budget is not sufficient to adjust compensation for our prosecutors to maintain competitive and remain competitive in the job market. Unfortunately, since February of 2025, we've lost about 15% of our DDAs to positions that offer higher pay compared to about 5% in the prior year. It's hard to compete with counties like Washington, Multnomah, and the Indigent Defense Bar that continue to pay higher and higher wages. My staff is continuing to stay in Clackamas County because of the work environment that they have, the advantages that we have in Clackamas County. But I have to be honest about the challenges that we have in losing staff to higher paying opportunities. There's also uncertainty surrounding the availability of grant funds, which make it difficult to rely on funding that our office requires to pay for critical positions. Some of you may know that last year we had some challenges with grant funding at the federal level. We still have some of those challenges. Many of the challenges have been worked through, but there's still a lot of uncertainty in the grant world. I don't like relying on grants for that reason. But here we are. This is a way to help maintain, and ultimately, the goal is to enhance our services with grant funding, but I don't like relying on them at all. And then finally, notwithstanding the limitations we face in maintaining our budget, we lack the necessary funding to pursue initiatives that may innovate and further improve the criminal justice system in Clackamas County. Much of that is through technology. We are a model to other DA's offices around the state for how we implement our software to make our office more efficient. I'm very proud of that effort. I'm proud of the work that my team does to make us the best. You know, Brian Nava was bragging that Clackamas County is the best. We are the best in so many areas, and that is a result of the hard work and commitment our staff has to providing top-notch service to the residents of Clackamas County. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions anyone might have, and if we get down into the weeds, I have Sam and Bob to back me up.
Commissioner West.
DA Wentworth, thank you so much for your presentation. Commissioner West here. Oh, there you are. You're on the TV. Hi there.
Hi.
We got a report from the sheriff's office that there would be some staffing changes and some positions were identified in a reduction plan that we'll have to consider here as a budget committee on how we handle that moving forward. I don't believe that the plan would just impact the sheriff's office, but how would this plan impact you, and what specific positions within that plan would be detrimental to your office? I know that there may be 3 here in front of me that impact the FJC and victim services. And as you've already said, your department has taken quite a bit of hits and has done a lot with less, well, since I've been on this board, and but I think even beyond that, the time period. So could you speak to that a little bit in these positions?
Sure. I'm aware of the layoff notices that the sheriff has provided. 2 of those staff represent 50% of the operations staff at the Family Justice Center. For those of you who don't know, we have a center. We were the first in the state of Oregon to provide a center where crime victims of domestic violence and sexual assault can go and receive almost all the services they need in one convenient location. And the model has been wildly successful in assisting victims of crime. Unfortunately, cutting those 2 operational staff will mean the closure of the FJC. We had considered other models such as being only open certain days, limiting hours, requiring appointments for people to show up. It's just not a sustainable model. And so I have, with many of the efforts, and I haven't shared with the board yet, but I'm working on a project to make Clackamas County the premier, the gold standard in the country approach to how we address domestic violence and sexual assault. And I'll be rolling out, I'll be sharing with you more details about that project in the months to come. But a blow to that I don't know that we can overcome is if we have to close the Family Justice Center. That would be a terrible detriment to the county and to the work that my staff has to do. Right now, if a crime victim walks into the Family Justice Center, for example, for assistance with a restraining order, there's an 80% chance that restraining order will be granted, as opposed to a 60% chance if they come directly to the courthouse. So the staff there at the FJC is doing amazing work. They're really helpful with crime victims, and I would hate to see the closure of that valuable facility, which is right by the courthouse. There's another staff member that is proposed to be laid off, who is a victim advocate for the community corrections. That victim advocate does work in the post-conviction realm. So once a person has been convicted of a crime and they're sentenced, we have a person through community corrections who works directly with those crime victims to ensure that their rights are maintained and that they receive the notice that they should regarding the progress of the offender. If that position is cut, all of that work will fall back on to my staff. I have 10 victim advocates for 6,000 cases currently. And to add a post-conviction aspect to that, I haven't, I'll be honest, I haven't done the calculus on what services we won't provide as a result. But I can tell you that there will be a cut to services to crime victims if we don't have that position at community corrections.
Okay, thank you for answering that. I don't know when we'll, that's not in, I don't know if everybody even has that list of the proposed, does everyone have that? Do all of our,
The proposed layoffs?
the proposed layoffs, that it might be good for staff to share that, so as we go into this deliberation, because that impacts the budget. I had it printed out yesterday. I lost a copy and I got a new one. But have notes all over it, but that's something we'll want to adjust. I think that's we see these as administrative, but some of these have pretty far sweeping ramifications for public safety and specifically for victims. And I'll leave it for another question. I would like to see, before I leave this board, the DA's office maybe made a little more whole finally within a budget. Public safety is important and the DA is essential to that. We can't just arrest them, we have to move them through the whole process, and DA Wentworth has been a wonderful partner to the Board of County Commissioners and a great representative statewide for us, and incredibly impactful in dealing with things like Measure 110, diversion issues, and has really been a stellar leader, an example of like what we're about at Clackamas County, and has and has just been, I think, a good soldier and done a lot with less. And I would like to find a way to figure out how to help fund his department in a more sustainable and holistic way going forward. I don't think there's much here to cut anymore, but we got to figure out if we have any room. I think part of our priority should be the DA's office. I'll leave it at that, and thank you for answering my questions, DA Wentworth.
Commissioner Savas.
Yeah, I have a few questions here. The FJC stuff came as a surprise to me. I didn't know that. So I know that's a partnership between the DA's office and CWS and also the sheriff's office. So, I was here when that was put together. Would certainly like to better understand. I think it's a higher priority maybe than some others. So I think maybe we ought to be looking at priorities and not just backfilling, but figuring out a way to say maybe there's elsewhere in the sheriff's department that reductions could be made versus this is more of a higher priority. So thank you, DA Wentworth, for being here today. I want to kind of understand the relationship between how many people are in the jail and the ability of the courthouse to process people that are in jail simply waiting for trial, and essentially get an idea of the throughput as a result of the new courthouse, any staffing shortfalls or whatnot. But can you give us an update on what you think might be as a result of the throughput? Has there been enhancements that might really alleviate some of the load of the jail? Or can you talk about that?
Thank you for that question, because it's something that I'm not sure the public appreciates yet, and they really need to know. The necessity for a new courthouse wasn't just about space, it wasn't about comfort. The necessity came from the fact that a county our size was being limited by the number of judges that we could have, because we didn't have a place to put them. So when the old courthouse was built, it was originally intended to house all the county offices in a single courtroom back in 1936. As county departments moved out of necessity, we increased courtroom space, and we got to 10 courtrooms in the old courthouse. But we were supposed to have 14 judges. Our new courthouse now has 14 courtrooms. There are 2 additional spaces for growth for Clackamas County, but we continue to add. We're not quite up to, I don't believe we have 14 yet, but we're allocated 14 judges. As we add the number of judges, the efficiency, the speed at which we can get cases through the criminal justice system and the civil system also increases. This is critical to everyone. Every defendant is entitled to a speedy trial by Constitution. That doesn't mean you get it done in a day. It means that they have a right to have their matter resolved in a speedy fashion, and we're better able to meet those needs. One of the other things I'm just so happy about, aside from the efficiency, is that the old courthouse was frankly dangerous for crime victims. We were in such a beehive of activity in the old courthouse. There was no place to go. that was safe for a crime victim, so that they wouldn't have to be in the same hallway, sitting on the same bench with their abuser. The new courthouse, if you visit it, there's much more space. We have many more resources available, including antechambers to the courtrooms where each party can meet and collect and not be in the presence of the opposing counsel or the opposing witnesses and offenders and victims. So so much thought went into making this a safe and efficient courthouse. The services that we provide now, just 1 year later, are far better than we could have ever imagined in the old courthouse. I'm so grateful to have the new space.
Okay, another question, just trying to get an idea of how the courthouse operations, who's in charge of that? I assumed, again, I don't know, I never really asked this question before, but yesterday we were talking with the sheriff's office staff, and I brought up the request made by the sheriff's office staff for 13 additional sheriff's office officers for the courthouse in particular, and it sounds like maybe that never really, I know we appropriated the money, but it sounded like from the response from staff that it wasn't there. Who's in charge of security, is that something that your office is in charge of, or how is that relationship between managing the security in the courthouse and also, moving people in and out, that from the jail to the courthouse, all of that? Is that a function or responsibility of yourself, or is that shared responsibility with someone else?
My office has no role in that. That is entirely the function and province of the sheriff.
Okay, all right. So I guess I'll ask this question for the sheriff. As far as my first question that you responded to, as far as the throughput, I guess I'll ask the sheriff about if there's been any early releases as a result of not having courthouse capacity. It sounds like you're meeting the need currently for, again, that throughput for people that are in jail that need to be in the courtroom.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Schrader.
Thank you, DA Wentworth. We have a beautiful new courthouse. But my concern is, and that was a heavy lift, I have to tell you. We had to make some decisions in order to make this happen. And my concern is that here you have this beautiful building that will increase efficiency. You have folks there. But I'm seeing that you're not being able to keep DAs because of the fiscal constraints. And so here we have a building that's going to increase efficiency, but we need appropriate staffing in order to really work and make your piece of the continuum of public safety for our citizens work. And I wanted to mention that I agree with what Commissioner West said. I think that indeed I would like to see some of the numbers that you've pulled up. And I hopefully intend to, with my colleagues, is to raise the issues that your office is facing and how we can help remedy and get you what you need in order to, do the job you need to do. So, folks, I hope we can deliberate that when the time comes. But if we have a big building, but we don't have enough people working in it, that doesn't make sense to me. So, thank you.
Commissioner Helm.
Yes, thank you, DA Wentworth. First of all, I was fairly aware of these potential layoffs from CCSO, but I think I need a little more information, and hopefully we'll have that going into our session too before we vote. And I don't know how much we're allowed to even micromanage that department, right? Yeah. But any layoff that happens at CCSO has a trickle-down effect on other departments. And if it's going to harm another department, I think we really need to, take a look at each individual layoff and see what it's going to do. And I just want to give you kudos too for setting the bar for, like you said, the gold standard for domestic violence victims in the state of Oregon. Those numbers are alarmingly high, and they keep rising. And I really just want to say thank you for addressing that, because it's a huge problem, and we need to make those numbers smaller. So thank you for working on that.
Thank you.
Commissioner West.
Yeah, just for the committee's edification, the packet that we received, and I hope you guys will all get it, I have questions on here for the meeting with the sheriff's office specifically around the funding of these positions and the decisions made around that. But the packet that we got, it kind of gave us a background and a summary, a list of the positions being considered. Most of them, none of them are, as my understanding, none of them are sworn officers or deputies. And then it talks about what each position is. There's a whole description and then kind of a vague impact. So I had to make a couple phone calls and dig a little bit to even have a better understanding beyond the packet. But this is what I've been working off of. And then through that, speaking with not just DA Wentworth, but the people at the sheriff's office and finance, 3 of the positions would devastate the FJC and victim advocacy work being done. So I think that is, at least for me, that's a priority. I assume for everybody here that would catch our attention. And so I just am going to bring it up in the next meeting just because there are questions around it. But I'm pretty sure by the time we deliberate, everybody will get maybe this packet or the information that they need.
Mr. Karn.
Thank you. DA Wentworth, I just want to echo what Commissioner Schrader said and say thank you. As a citizen member of this committee, it's nice to hear and to see throughout the year for both you and your staff that's present today, good things that are happening in our county. And you shedding the light on the fact that, you're being called to do more with less. Again, echoing Commissioner Schrader, I hope that there's something that we can do about that. There's no doubt that the good things that happen, it's a team approach in this chain of justice. And everybody in your office is very qualified, I'm sure. And I would certainly hate to see that trend continue to losing those highly qualified staff to other agencies over, competitive wages. And that is something that is real and we need to consider and give attention to. So I'm hoping that, through this budget process that we can go ahead and find a way to make sure that your office is adequately funded. And thank you for the work that all of you do.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right, I don't see any other questions. Thank you. Gary, I have a question.
Yes,
Would you be opposed to a brief recess before we bring the sheriff in?
that would be great, yes.
All right. Let's target a 9:30 restart.
Yay.
Okay.
All right, we are reconvened. I would like Gary to briefly address one item before we go into the presentation by the sheriff's office.
Thank you, members of the committee. I'm Gary, back again. Thank you. I heard before I arrived there was a request to share with you a document called basically a notice of potential layoffs for employees. This is an internal document with Human Resources and myself where departments propose which positions they might eliminate if there's a reduction in force. While everything we do at Clackamas County is a public record, this is a confidential personnel document that lists employees' names that is not to be shared. As a courtesy, I shared it with the commissioner who asked me about it. And with respect, Commissioner West, it should not have been discussed publicly. As you know, by Oregon law, a sheriff gets to decide how to structure his or her office. As the budget committee, you decide the amount of money and the number of deputies. So respectfully, I'm not giving you the document. If you want to file a records request, we can go through that process. But you can ask questions of the sheriff who's about to present on what areas that she's looking at if she has to reduce her workforce. So,
All right. And I would like to have the presentation first. I'll come straight to you after.
Can I just respond to this really quick?
Sure.
Yeah, so I don't think anything in the document or anything I mentioned disclosed anybody's personal information whatsoever. It was position titles. I don't know how to get through this budget without speaking to these notices that already went out to 16 individuals, and it has been a surprise to the committee that potentially this would cripple and get rid of the FJC. So, I apologize, but unfortunately, some of my questions will revolve around these notices that have gone out. And I do think that some version that is appropriate to go out to this committee should be given.
Let's begin, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Cernak, Budget Committee members, County Administration, and staff. I'm Sheriff Angela Brandenburg, here to present the Clackamas County Sheriff's Office proposed budget for fiscal year 2026-2027. With me today is Under Sheriff Lee Eby and Finance Manager Patrick Williams. In the audience today are members of my command staff who are instrumental in furthering the mission of the Clackamas County Sheriff's Office to provide public safety services so the people of Clackamas County can experience a safe and secure community. Before I begin, I would like to sincerely thank everyone involved over the past year in the many discussions surrounding the Sheriff's Office budget. Thank you to the board for moving forward the CCSO Financial Work Group Committee, with special thanks to Commissioner Savas, Commissioner Helm, Citizen Budget Committee members Jamie Karn, James Rhodes, CCPOA members, union members Neil Schweitz, Eric Lee, FAPO member Nikki Edge, EA member Scott Vander Covering, I'm hoping I'm saying that correctly, County Treasurer Brian Nava, the County Finance team, as well as Under Sheriff Eby and Patrick Williams. Conversations helped to advance understanding of the complexities of the CCSO budget, added transparency, and advanced a shared understanding and mutual language when discussing the budget. The county administrator's proposed budget for fiscal year 2026-27 for the Sheriff's Office provides approximately $87.3 million in general fund support, or 44.7% of the $195.5 million available general fund support. It is my understanding that yesterday County Administrator Schmidt provided an option for you to consider to avoid layoff of 16 Sheriff's Office employees by allocating an additional $3.6 million to my proposed budget. This funding would provide approximately $90.8 million in general fund support, or 46.4% of the $195.5 million of available general fund support. Should you reject this request, I will be required to lay off 2 sworn and 14 professional staff positions. These positions will join the 44 positions that have been required to hold frozen or vacant this current fiscal year due to insufficient funding. Of those 44 positions, 37 are sworn, 7 are professional staff. Without funding as of July 1st, 2026, the total number of frozen vacant positions will increase to 60, which will be 39 sworn and 21 professional staff, representing 14% of my general funded positions. A layoff plan approved by the county administrator and executed through County Human Resources has already begun, and employees have been given notices. In addition to holding 44 frozen vacant positions this fiscal year, we have implemented several cost reduction measures to operate within budget. These include reducing or delaying equipment purchases, deferring maintenance and operational expenses where possible, and limiting certain support functions and discretionary services to prioritize core law enforcement operations. Given our budget constraints year after year, these measures will continue to be required. Utilizing data to inform our practices, we reduced overtime hours by approximately 30%, or about $2 million, through improved operational efficiencies, strategic staffing management, and resource allocation. It is important to understand, however, that sustained reductions in overtime usage reduce operations and have a negative impact on community livability. These include, but are not limited to, the reduction of special enforcement missions to combat human trafficking, neighborhood livability missions, and community outreach efforts. Efforts to reduce overtime have also required scaling back training for specialty units such as SWAT, K-9, and Dive. And critically, we have held training to mere minimum certification standards. That means that our sworn personnel are not engaging in advanced instruction to learn new developments in policing strategies, which ensures they are trained not just for the present, but also for the future. As patrol services remain a top priority, patrol staffing vacancies required the reassignment of the traffic team to full-time patrol duties. Third shift patrol staffing levels were reduced in efforts to reallocate staffing to other shifts to cover peak activity periods, resulting in increased workload for the remaining third shift personnel and a reduction of proactive patrol activities. Jail and residential services have also been reduced, including decreased electronic home detention capacity, contributing to increased jail populations, along with reduced programming and rehabilitative services. Transition center operations have been scaled back through the reduced staffing and earlier closures, limiting access to re-entry support services. Additional reductions have impacted investigations, court security, parole and probation supervision, and operational support functions. Investigations are experiencing growing case backlogs. Civil operations now provide reduced courtroom coverage and slower service delivery. Parole and probation services continue to face high caseloads and reduced treatment, housing, and support resources, limiting effective supervision of individuals. To remain within budget, operational support areas to include fleet, facilities, and IT have deferred maintenance, repairs, and replacement schedules. Fleet replacement delays have overextended vehicle life cycles, increased downtime, reduced reliability, and are costing more in repairs. In closing, my office has done remarkable work to operate within the ever-shrinking budget alongside 44 vacant frozen positions. Frankly, we are at a tipping point. Any additional staff reductions will further require reductions in operations. Today, I'm asking you to provide the $3.6 million in order to avoid 16 additional layoffs. Thank you, and we'll go through, I'll turn it over to Under Sheriff Eby to go through our slides, and then we can open it to questions at the end.
Good morning, Chair, Budget Committee, Commissioners. I'm Under Sheriff Eby, here to present the Clackamas County Sheriff's Office budget along with Patrick Williams for our proposed budget for fiscal year 26-27. Our mission remains to provide public safety services so the people of Clackamas County can experience a safe and secure community. This mission continues to guide our priorities as we balance service demands with fiscal realities. The proposed budget for our office and all funds except the Enhanced Law Enforcement District totals approximately $155.8 million, representing a modest 2% increase over the prior year. Within the total, Fund 100 comprises approximately $127 million, and the Sheriff's Office levy contributes about $28.4 million. The total also includes smaller restricted funds such as the inmate welfare and forfeiture funds. General fund support is approximately $87.3 million. While we maintain 607 budgeted positions, in order to maintain a balanced budget, we will need to hold 39 sworn positions and 7 professional staff positions vacant to achieve necessary vacancy savings. Additionally, we will need to lay off 2 sworn positions and 14 professional staff positions as part of this proposal. These actions are necessary to align staffing costs with available funding while attempting to preserve core service delivery to the extent possible. This year's budget reflects the reality that operational expenses continue to outpace available revenue sources, requiring deliberate and difficult actions to align services with sustainable funding as outlined by the sheriff. In response, we have made structural adjustments to reduce expenditures and bring service delivery in line with what can be consistently funded. I will now turn it over to Patrick Williams.
Good morning, Patrick Williams, the Finance Manager for the Clackamas County Sheriff's Office. I think we're on the slide 3. Great. From a revenue perspective, we're experiencing a moderate overall growth, including a 10% increase in charges and fees, to the contract cities. And that's based on our ability to provide them a more accurate personnel budget this year than we have in years past by being able to calculate the incentive, the PERS, and other related costs that we've talked about many times here. We also build them, as we've mentioned several times, they're billed at full cost recovery. However, other revenue sources, particularly federal, state, and grant funding, remain uncertain and inconsistent. As a result, general fund support continues to increase to bridge the gap between stable revenue sources and the actual cost of providing public safety services. This reflects a broader structural issue where operational costs, especially personnel and essential services, continue to outpace revenue growth. It's also important to highlight in the current fiscal year, funding for materials and services has not been sufficient to fully meet operational needs. As a result, we've had to defer purchases, delay equipment replacement, and postpone necessary repairs in order to stay within the budget provided to us. These deferrals are not sustainable long-term and have effectively shifted costs forward. The increase you see in materials and services in the 26-27 budget reflects those delayed obligations now coming due, in addition to ongoing inflationary pressures. A key component of this challenge is the lack of adequate funding for fleet replacement. Vehicle purchases require long lead times and consistent annual investment, and when funding is deferred, it creates a compounding problem. As a result, a growing portion of our fleet is now operating at or beyond its recommended life cycle, leading to increased maintenance costs, more frequent downtimes, more frequent breakdowns and longer periods of downtimes. This directly impacts our ability to respond to calls for service, reduces available patrol units in the field, and increases risk to both staff and the community. Without sustained investment in fleet replacement, these impacts will continue to worsen over time. Personnel services increased by over $4 million through cost of living adjustments, rising PERS rates, and the need to fill critical positions. These increases are compounded by the structure of compensation, where incentives and overtime are tied to base wages, amplifying overall costs. Next slide. The sheriff's operating levy remains a critical funding source for the organization, totaling approximately $28.4 million in next fiscal year. I want to mention that this number includes $2.4 million in budgeted beginning fund balance, which is important in the levy as costs at the beginning of a levy are fairly consistent, and a beginning fund balance is needed to cover as costs rise throughout the 5 years. The voter-approved levy is dedicated to specifically to supporting public safety services and is meant to provide funding, including patrol deputies, jail staff, and essential support functions. We are experiencing the same pressures within the levy as we do in Fund 100, particularly rising personnel costs driven by COLA, PERS, increasing operational expenses. The levy is not keeping pace with the full cost of service delivery. As a result of this imbalance, and in order to maintain a balanced budget, we will hold 7 sworn positions vacant in the current fiscal year to achieve necessary vacancy savings. This is a direct response to levy revenues not keeping pace with expenditures and reflects the need to make adjustments to preserve the positions that can be funded moving forward. The levy continues to play a vital role in sustaining core public safety services, but like other funding sources, it faces ongoing sustainability challenges as costs continue to rise faster than revenue.
The Inmate Welfare Fund is a small but important dedicated fund that supports programs and services which directly benefits adults in custody. This fund does not rely on taxpayer dollars. Instead, it is primarily funded through commissary sales, phone revenue, and other adult and custody generated sources. For fiscal year 26-27, the Inmate Welfare Fund is budgeted at approximately $60,000, which reflects a decrease from prior years. This reduction is largely due to lower than anticipated revenue in the current fiscal year, particularly from commissary and phone usage. Because this fund is revenue-driven, expenditures must align closely with actual receipts. As a result, we have reduced spending in this area to remain fiscally responsible. This means fewer resources are available for items such as recreational materials, programs and support, and other services that enhance the overall well-being of adults in custody. While this fund does not support core jail operations, it plays a role in providing programming and quality of life enhancements that can contribute to stability within the facility and support broader rehabilitation efforts. Moving forward, the level of service supported by this fund will continue to depend on revenue generated within the system. The CCSO Forfeiture Fund represents revenue derived from assets seized through lawful forfeiture processes associated with criminal activity. These funds are restricted in their use and can only be applied to specific law enforcement purposes, such as training, equipment, and targeted enforcement efforts. They cannot be used to support ongoing operational costs or personnel. For fiscal year 26-27, the forfeiture fund is budgeted at approximately $176,000, which reflects a significant increase from the prior year budget. This increase is tied to anticipated proceeds from forfeiture cases. However, it is important to note that this revenue is inherently unpredictable and it depends on successful investigations and legal outcomes. Expenditures in this fund are aligned with available revenue and are focused on one-time or supplemental needs, such as specialized equipment, training, or support for drug enforcement initiatives. Because of the variability and restrictions associated with these funds, they are not relied upon for core operations, but instead serve as a supplemental resource to enhance public safety efforts when available. Moving forward, we will continue to manage this fund conservatively, ensuring compliance with all legal requirements while maximizing its benefit to targeted law enforcement activities. The Special Grants Fund represents external funding received through federal, state, and local sources that support targeted public safety and treatment initiatives. These funds are restricted to specific uses and must be applied to in accordance with grants, requirements, and reporting standards. For fiscal year 26-27, the Special Grants Fund is budgeted as approximately $200,000, which is primarily dedicated to opioid response efforts within the jail, including funding for the Medical Assisted Treatment, MAT, coordinator position. This role is critical to coordinating treatment services for adults in custody with opioid use disorder, improving continuity of care, and supporting successful reentry outcomes. While this funding allows for us to support an important and effective program, we will continue to leverage these funds to support evidence-based treatment and improve outcomes within the jail. Turn over to the sheriff.
Looking ahead for this next fiscal year, technology continues, these are opportunities. Technology continues to present opportunities to improve service delivery, enhance call response, and increase efficiency. We also secured grant funding to continue evidence-based supervision and treatment in support of CSAP, and secured new funds for a dedicated parole and probation officer with added support for patrol to more effectively supervise nonviolent offenders with prison-eligible sentences. We continued organized retail theft grant funding, which is super helpful, allowing us to continue targeting retail theft in our communities, oftentimes engaging our community law enforcement partners in that effort. Upcoming challenges, there's a lot. We know, you've heard the common theme, not only this year, but last year, increasing personnel costs and materials and service costs to include for our office fuel, vehicle maintenance, jail food, jail medical, safety equipment. Our aging fleet, you've heard about that already. 38% of our vehicles are at or near end of life. We met this year with our commissioners one-on-one to discuss our fleet and provide data and stats to that effect. Breakdowns are increasing and units are out of service longer. And patrol coverage is at risk due to fewer reliable vehicles. We may get to a point where someone will need a vehicle, turn in their vehicle because it needs repair, and there will not be a spare vehicle to check out. And that will not be great for any of us. And that would mean that we would have to double up officers or deputies into one patrol car. Increasing demand for jail beds combined with an inefficient and failing jail infrastructure. And thank you to the commission for prioritizing the need for a jail. There is a work group that is looking at that. Lack of general fund support to fill 37 sworn positions. That's 15 patrol, 3 investigations, 13 jail, and 6 parole and probation are those positions that we have had to freeze in order to attempt to get through the budget on budget. I wish I had better news for all of you, but we are happy to answer the many questions that I anticipate will be coming this morning.
I'm tempted to say I don't see any, so thank you, but I'm sure
Thank
that
you.
won't be the case.
Thank you, Chair. You're fabulous. We'll be out.
I'll go with Commissioner Savas first.
Thank you for the presentation, and again, I want to thank the sheriff and the staff, Under Sheriff Eby and Patrick, for really getting a lot of the financial picture a lot more clear and recognizing that the cost per deputy is now more closer to reality than it was a year ago when I was asking the question. And it kind of gives us a better sense of the finances, whether it relates to the levy or whether it relates to your operations as General Fund 100, and even just to quite a degree ELED, which we discussed yesterday. I will point out for my colleagues around the table here, I know that the Sheriff's Office staff knows this, but if you look at the levy, the one screen of the levy, that you'll see that each year that amount of money, that revenue, that tax base has been expended fully. Essentially meaning that, it only collected so much and that's how much they spent. And therefore the cost, and there's still vacancies baked in there. So in order to fully staff the levy, as the levy was, the promises made, if you will, or the positions called out in the levy, they would need about $12 million more per year from the levy to make that happen. It became clear when we were able to see over the last few budget years here, when the actuals came in, I definitely saw it because we didn't have a lot of years of actuals. Now we have more due to the accounting change. So it's a lot more vivid today than it was, and I know we have more work to do, and I know the sheriff, thank you for mentioning the fleet. I'm hoping to work with your fleet staff in the near future to hammer out those numbers, but I think we've been focusing right now on the staff and serving the public. My question yesterday, if you were aware of my conversation with the DA, my question yesterday about the 13 FTE that we funded when the request was made for the courthouse, and then the response. I know that Under Sheriff Eby, I think you didn't have the answer. I think you were struggling to have that answer. Maybe you can clarify that. But I'm trying to understand a little bit better. When I asked the DA, for example, who's in charge of the sheriff's deputies and the operations in the courthouse as it relates to the sheriff's and I didn't know. I really didn't know. And his response was, well, that's not his authority or so forth. So who is, maybe mention a name, maybe a title or position. Who is the person in charge for courthouse operations, or is that divided into two different categories? I'm just trying to understand and again, I'm hearing from people that there potentially are less sheriff's deputies in this new courthouse than there were in the old courthouse a couple years ago. I don't know if that's true or not, but it's not displayed as a function here. I'm looking at the page 61, the very first page, I guess it's page 61, maybe I'm off, but the one with the yellow. And you're showing administration, finance, operational support, the city of Estacada contracts. You're showing all these things, but apparently the courthouse is under civil, is what I heard yesterday. So that's under civil. So it seems to be, if it is a function and there was a need for 13 additional, I presume that maybe there were 6 before or 7. I don't know, maybe a total of 20. But it seems as though that the actual number of deputies working in the courthouse is far less than 10. I don't know. I'm just trying to get clarity on what that is.
Are you looking for that numbers from the old courthouse to the new courthouse?
Well,
And
right now, just for sake of argument, let's just focus on today, on, you know, how many people are there, and is it a special function? It seems like it's a special function, right? The courthouse. It's not jail, it's not civil per se, but I do know a lot of the civil cases that are handled there, but there's also, you know, criminals that are handled there as well.
Yeah, so obviously the courthouse has a little bit of everything going on, from processing of papers to actually taking into custody individuals and then bringing those who are in custody to the courts themselves. So there's a lot of functions that occur down at the courthouse itself. Currently, we have about 17 deputies who work in the courthouse themselves for courthouse security. We have 2 sergeants that oversee them, and then we have 5 deputies who do processing of papers, plus the sergeant who oversees there, and then a captain oversees the entire courthouse.
Okay. So I'm just gonna write this down. So you have a captain, and you have how many was it
17.
sergeants?
Two sergeants.
2, and so a total of 17?
17 deputies working inside the,
17 deputies.
Yeah.
So it'd be 17 plus 2 sergeants plus a captain for a total of 20?
yeah, and then you have the processing side that also works both in the courthouse, but they are out also processing papers. So you have about 5 of those, plus a sergeant oversees them.
Okay, so the captain oversees all of that?
Correct.
Yeah. I'm just, I'm not telling you how you all do your business, but it just seems to me that it's a function that maybe ought to be identified separately as a line item, a cost. I mean, just from a standpoint of not knowing where it's placed.
So-
You have training in there, but you have far less people in training and a lot more people in the courthouse. So if training deserves a call out, or a department or a head, it seems like the courthouse functions ought to be as well.
It is under civil. That's where it's called out.
Yeah, but it's not displayed here is what I'm trying to say. Under public safety, I see civil,
That's civil, yes.
parole, probation, jail, inmate.
Yes,
welfare.
civil.
Okay. I'll stop there for now.
Mr. Caton, did you have a question? No. Okay. Mr. Karn?
It's morning, right? Good morning still, yes. Well, first of all, I have to say, because I don't want to forget to say thank you. Everybody sitting in here representing the sheriff's office, thank you for what you do every day. Most people wouldn't do it, wouldn't want to do it, but yet today we live in a society to where, there's a lot of disrespect toward law enforcement, and I understand that it's not an easy job to do. So first and foremost, thank you for the job you do every day. Secondly, as we know, it's going to be hard to continue to work into the future based on the fact that funding is becoming less, call volume is going up. So how do you effectively address that? When every year, and Sheriff Brandenburg, I'm sure you can reiterate that, I don't need to know the percentage, but every year your call volume doesn't go down, it never goes down, it always goes up, but yet funding continues to be a challenge and will continue to be a challenge. For me as a Citizen Budget Committee member, this is my 5th year, I believe, sitting on this committee, but at the same time, it's the same topic every year, and we all know that. And it dominates this process, the funding for the sheriff's office. I wish I could wave a magic wand and have the fix to address the issues and everybody could be happy and go on their merry way, but it's not. And reality is that next year and the year after and the year after that, we're going to continue to see these issues. I'm hoping that in some way we can find a way to at least stop the bleeding, and I know I'm just waxing on here, but I know there'll be a lot more questions and deliberation that will take place tomorrow as we discuss and try and find the best way to stop the bleeding. And how do we maintain public safety, that whole chain, with what DA Wentworth talked about, with what it starts with your office, that chain of justice? And how do we continue to maintain what is one of the best and safest counties in the state? How do we continue to retain that based on these struggles that we're facing and will continue to face? I know that with, unfortunately, the levy not passing, the voters spoke pretty loudly on that. We always need to respect what the taxpayer says. And there's reasons for whatever those might be individually for every taxpayer that voted, why they voted the way they did. But maybe we need to do a better job at clarifying where the money goes. I don't know. But it's going to be challenging, and certainly the biggest challenge, and that lies on your guys' shoulders, is the prioritization of who gets laid off. This is a big deal because I know that with responses, calls for service going up, the last thing that you want to see is response times do the same thing. But if you continue to get more calls and you have less people to do that work, we've already seen that in other agencies, cities, counties all over the United States, that, hey, your home's getting burglarized and the next available deputy is not 3 minutes away, but 20 minutes away. That, to me, is just flat out scary. And I hope that we don't get to that point to where we see patrol deputy response get to a point to where it's so bad that we could say we're in some sort of a crisis. I think everything I said was more of a statement than it was a question, but I do have great concern for what's to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments. And that gets to the core of the difficult decisions that not only I have to make, but the command staff that run the various divisions in my office. And is it your right arm or your left arm when you make decisions? Because every single person that works for us does a job. And if you remember, I had a staffing study conducted when I first took office, so it's over 5 years old now, that said they were surprised that we could do the work that we did with what we had, and that included our professional staff. But that's 5 years ago. We haven't increased in size. We have actually shrunk. So of not having the funding for the 44 positions this last year, and making the difficult decision, and how do we make that decision? How do we decide what gets staffed, what does not get staffed? It's very difficult. I would love to wave a magic wand and fund my entire office. I understand that's not possible. I still make the ask because I think it's important, and I think you should know what it costs to fully fund the sheriff's office, which is going to be over $11 million. But the decisions for staffing management, those are solely up to me, and that is by state statute. And my guiding light for that, and thank you, Mr. Karn, for bringing that up, is that my decisions for staffing management is to provide the core law enforcement services that my bosses, you, expect from the sheriff's office. And you talk about having a deputy, when you call 911 on the worst day of your life, you want someone there yesterday. That is a core service. I would love to fund every single position. I'm asking you today to fund the positions that I have had to go through the layoff process, because those are important positions. But you have a very difficult job and decision. We are not the only department. We understand that. But I do believe that the people of this county, our bosses, want a funded sheriff's office. They don't want diminished services. And year after year, we are getting less of the general fund support. I think Chair Roberts mentioned yesterday that when he was here, it's true, he had 54% of the general fund discretionary budget. And he fought every year to maintain that same piece, because anything less with cost rising is a cut. And I know that's a touchy subject, but what we are experiencing here and what I'm demonstrating to you is that it's coming at a price. There are services that are going to be impacted. I am trying to do my best to limit and not closing programs, and to deliver the service that you expect from the sheriff's office. And it is challenging, and we are doing our best. And I want to reiterate that, we heard you year after year about overtime. Commissioner Helm, I understand where can you find savings and cuts, and we are doing that work. The people behind me have done an amazing job. Under Sheriff Eby and Patrick, amazing to do the work with the limited funds that we have, which you're hearing that from all the departments in the county. I understand that. We understand. We're not the only department. So, and you have a difficult decision. But I wanted to give you a little insight into, it's difficult to make these, to notify staff, to identify the staff, and some of that work is just going to go away, that we're not going to be able to provide some of that work. It's not going to simply get picked up by somebody else. And a lot of that's going to fall onto our non-represented staff. My managers are going to have to pick up and do more. So I appreciate your statement and the opportunity to give you a look into the difficult decisions that we've had to look at this past year.
Thank you. Chair Roberts.
Well, here we are. And
Your mic.
first, well, thanks there. The first thing I want to start off with really echo Jamie Carn. We always want to say how much we appreciate all the people on the front lines and the leaders and supervisors that make everything happen. Just really want to echo that. Can't say that enough. It is difficult work, and I know many of you sitting in the back of the room, you have your own budget and you're trying to stay within that, and it really can be difficult at times. So just want to say how much I admire the work that all of you do. I think that we also need to recognize where we're at today, and I think most importantly is in 1 year we've come a long ways. I don't want anybody to forget that. It was pretty brutal last year, and thanks to Gary, County Finance, the Sheriff's Office, bad water under the bridge, I don't really care. It's time to move forward and figure this out. And by really everybody coming together, working on the numbers, we've made a lot of progress. We've both sides understand the numbers, where I think there was some really misunderstanding. I felt like it was a lot of this, right? And so I just want to say thank you to everybody, that we've really kind of come a long way. And as I said the other day with the ELED, I said, I call this the perfect storm. And really, I saw this storm coming a long time ago. And know this, not just this year, the next few years are going to be hard. Yeah, can we get through it? Absolutely, But it's going to be some tough decisions, and really looking at what is the core function of this county and responsibility. And I think one of the things that always hits me home, and you actually said that, Sheriff, is when somebody calls 911, right, you want somebody there. And in parts of the state, when they call 911, that the response is crazy long, which really makes a difference in life-saving efforts. And so I think those are some of the core functions that we're really responsible to do. I also wanted to really applaud the Sheriff's Office and all their staff on making some major cuts this last year. Not an easy thing to do. And what I get concerned about, I'll just tell you, is the long term. You can also make cuts, year to year and kind of survive, but guess what? That thing compounds year after year. Fleet, for example. You can go for a few years without fleet, but eventually you're going to have a disaster, and everything's going to be breaking down. And we did that. When I was sheriff a few times, we held off on fleet, and eventually we kind of would catch up again. so I think the other thing I think that is just critically important is kind of when it comes to future planning, and that I think part of this perfect storm was kind of the increase in the allocated cost, right? And those increased after the levy had been approved, right? And long-term planning really means that for 5 years, you know, if you're going to increase those allocated costs or other costs associated, that has to be taken into account, right? And so I know that was one of the things. I think the levy rate was set back in 2021, and then after that was set and the voters supported it, then it was increased, and that's part of that perfect storm, right? The other part of that perfect storm is the courthouse, and you know, I believe, you know, there was some stuff that wasn't calculated in, that payment is higher than it is. The other part of that perfect storm is, I mean, look at fuel. I always cringed when fuel went up because, you know, people don't realize that these guys in the back of the room drive a lot, and it's usually well over $1 million in fuel. So you add, you know, some of these huge fuel increases, and that can honestly be devastating. So a compliment, really, I mean, you know, you had a 30% reduction over time, and this is one of the things I want to talk about, and that was about $2 million. And this is where I get concerned, and I have county counsel in the back of the room. I know would support me on this issue, but you can cut training for a year or something, right? But you can't continue that. And let me tell you the reason why. Is what happens is when there's a bad example of law enforcement doing something wrong across the country, right? That the sheriff's office will take that example, do training to make sure it doesn't happen here. And making sure that they're looking around the country to see, you know, what are the best practices, and making sure that they're kept up to speed on that to limit litigation, and making sure that staff are well trained. And to be honest with you, when I see something happen across the United States where law enforcement does something really bad, first thing I ask is like, hey, I wonder what their training's like, because it most often comes back to the lack of training, and then you pay huge settlements. So you kind of pay it on one end or the other, I'll just tell you that. And so I really believe that is critical. And so, you know, I know we can't fund everything. And I'm just hoping when we get to deliberations, you know, we really take a look at that 3.6 million and figure out how we can support some of these things. I just unfortunately wish we could support more, but we can't. And I really believe it comes down to long-term planning and really getting to a point where year after year we can have a little bit of stability, so it's not doing this. And that's where I feel like, you know, for a long time, it's honestly has been up, down, and it makes it difficult. So again, thank you to everybody for really coming a long way in 1 year. And Gary, I want to say thank you for kind of the help that we brought staff in to kind of help get this thing headed in the right direction. So that's all I had to say.
Commissioner Sabas.
So I guess what I want to just bring to the surface a little bit again for an understanding, and I'll pose a question. Again, recognizing the great work that Under Sheriff Eby and Patrick have done with regards to calculating in some of the internal CCSO costs into the cost of a deputy, and also into the contracts with the cities, and to the levy, the operational cost of the levy, and the operational cost of ELED, and we discussed that yesterday. We have a better way today, as we discussed yesterday, to right size, if you will, the staffing for ELED to match, you know, the funds available. And in the case of the cities, the 3 cities, Estacada, Happy Valley, and Wilsonville, I guess the contracts, you know, specify a certain amount of service level or deputies and so forth, and staffing. And so I guess we need to right size in this case, the cost, because we don't have the option of cutting, right? Because that's contractually obligated to unless there's a change with the city, say we want less. But realizing that the general fund, my point here is the general fund, Fund 100, has been subsidizing the cities because the contracts weren't properly calculated to the real cost, as we did with ELED, as we've done with even the levy. So my question is to maybe Patrick, I think, whoever wants to answer it, is that between the three city contracts and the backfill of ELED, just those four right now, how much, I won't say savings, because the three cities will be more revenue, right? If they're properly paying their fair share, how much revenue would that change, so that those adjustments represent, that would eliminate that subsidy? What's the amount of the subsidy that's been eliminated?
Well, I'm reluctant to say that this year the contract cities were subsidized by the general fund, and I tried to make it. There's an important distinction there. The budget for this year to the contract cities is more accurate because of our ability to calculate the incentive pays, the PERS, and other things. But we bill the cities their actual personnel expenditures, so that's why. We mentioned it a little bit yesterday, that there was concern expressed by the cities that their actuals have exceeded their budget quite significantly. So I can't say that costs have gone up, personnel costs have gone up, materials and services costs have gone up. But the issue that the cities had is that their budgeted costs went up a lot more than they anticipated because we weren't able to accurately calculate and provide them with an accurate personnel budget in years past. So I don't expect a material amount of additional revenue because we have been billing them their actuals for their personnel costs. We've gotten a lot better which is it's an effort for everyone who either works in a contract city or does work in a contract city, them coding their time accurately when they're doing work outside of that city, or somebody's coming into the city to do work. We're capturing those expenditures more accurately. But I can't say that we're going to see an increase in revenue because of the subsidy no longer exists because of the IGA stating that we bill them their actual personnel costs. So just as an example of this year, between the three cities, I think the number was about $1 million more that they paid us than we budgeted.
Okay, that's the answer I was looking for, and I know that you're getting it closer. It's as you said, I don't disagree that, right now there's probably no subsidy that is balanced out, but prior there was, and so it's about $1 million, is that. So, what I'm trying to do is I'm just trying to add up all these dollars here. So there's $1 million there. With regard to ELED, last year I think we sat here, and the year before we sat here as a budget committee thinking that however we funded ELED, that we're making it whole. We were funding 36 deputies, and we discussed that yesterday. So we're now down to the point where it's 24. What's that dollar amount between 36 paid deputies and 24 paid deputies in ELED? I mean, there's millions of dollars there, a couple three. But do you have a number? Is it 3.6? The number I came up with yesterday. Is that about right?
I think you did the math yesterday. You said 3.6 using the costing sheet with the most current rates. Is that correct? If someone does the math.
So
no. Yeah. There's a distinction there, right? It's hard to tell because it depends on the deputies' longevity, their and incentive pays they qualify for. So I want to reiterate that those patrol deputy costing sheets, they're not budgeting tools, right? We don't say, oh, if we add a deputy, this is what it's going to cost, right? It's just more of an illustrative tool to share on approximately what a patrol deputy costs. There are, within those patrol deputy cost figures, there are fixed costs which do not increase every time you hire someone. Including in those fixed costs include CCOM, C800, administrative overhead costs. There's approximately a $40,000 to $50,000 reduction from the actual cost sheet of the fixed costs that don't increase. It's just a bigger pool that you're dividing by. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So just give me a rough number. You think it's 3?
3 to 3.5.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's what I was looking for. So the other, I guess what I'm getting at is, and this is going to be a request, and trying to figure it out. So the levy, to go to the levy now, the levy's got a fixed amount of money. We can't change it unless the voters say change it, right? So we're here at the levy, and it expires here unless the voters say differently. But for now, we're operating on that fixed level of income. So knowing your calculations have been, have resulted in changes, and you're now recognizing that the costs are higher to provide the levy, then knowing that the cost is fixed, the only way to meet that is by reduction of staffing, essentially, right? If we looked at the levy 2 years ago, the amount of filled positions in the levy has got to be less mathematically because the costs have gone up, but you're still at a fixed amount. So my question is, how many, and I'm looking here at that one page here, and it says that the sheriff's 92 total and 81 filled, which is not that far off than last year, right, when I asked the question. I asked the question, and HR came back 2 or 3 different times, the number of 86, right? But the $12 million delta between what the levy should have collected for that cost, or it's greater than 5 deputies. So do you feel that the levy amount of FTE of 81 actually is fully funded on the current revenue that the levy's providing?
Based on the information we have today, so by having the ability to more accurately budget for these things, we can see the 81 people who are funded in the levy and see what their actual pay is, right?
Right.
It's not a, and that's at this moment, right? As I mentioned yesterday in the ELED, that can change at any time with bumping, people leaving and somebody coming and filling that position with somebody else. But yes, we've also, there's also a beginning fund balance in the levy that helps fund positions as well. So there's a distinction between the budgeted beginning fund balance and the actual beginning fund balance, and we don't know that until later next fiscal year. So just based on our projections at this time, based on the information we have at this time, that's the number that we came up with.
Okay, so you're right, it was about a $3 million draw
2.5.
out from the carryover that went into fund. So we could take the revenue line and add 3 million approximately to know how this year is going to pan out.
There's other revenues as well, delinquent taxes, things like that. So I think the total was 28.2, 28, yeah.
Yeah, and I'll stop here for a moment for everyone else can ask a question, and that is that the last time that I heard about the body cameras, and then when the board of commissioners saw the renewing the contract for Axon, I asked the questions, and did the levy pay for the body cams only for the levy? And the answer was, for the administrators, no. The levy paid for all the body cams across the entire department. So is that number really $2 million a year?
It's actually, it's 2.4 million.
2.4, okay.
My apologies. The
Okay.
first year, so it's the first year's 1.4 million, and then the subsequent 9 years are 2.4 million. So take 600,000 from, it's, you know, for 9 years, it's going to be $2.4 million.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Caton.
Yes, thank you. I want to thank you also for your service and appreciate what you do every day as a father of a firefighter paramedic. First responders, and your services are in my heart in terms of what you do. I appreciate it. And in an era where we talk about defunding those services, I think this committee really does support and want to defend what you do every day, and appreciate it. With that said, I just have a really quick question, clarifying question, and that is if we deliberate and we come up with some funds, maybe not all of them, but a partial portion of it, do you have a sense of, a flexibility schedule in terms of what you would use those funds for and what positions you may be able to, keep versus those that would be lost if we gave you some funding along the way, if we weren't able to get all of it, for example?
Thank you, I appreciate the question. It comes back to management of positions and where, and so taking a look at what you would be able to provide, we would take that back and I would work with my team to decide what it is that we would fund. Without being put on the spot, but I appreciate your sentiments and your appreciation of the work that we do. And if there were funds that you, perhaps not the full 3.6 million, but some portion of that, we'll take, and as I said before, look at what our services are and what I think the citizens, what you expect us to, deliver.
I don't know if you'd be able to come back with that sometime in the future, but appreciate at least a thought around that. Thanks.
Commissioner West.
Thank you, Chair. My questions, I agree with everyone's statements around supporting law enforcement. Thank you for the work you all do. I'll start my questions around the 16 positions that you mentioned in your presentation to us that have received layoff notices where they're potentially being looked at for funding. If we can find funding, then maybe some of these will not be laid off. It is not a done deal. We're deliberating now and trying to figure out how to best serve the department. Ideally, none of them are laid off, and we do appreciate their work, and I know that is not an easy notice to get, and it wasn't easy for you to give it, and I don't envy you in that position, Sheriff. But I have questions about those 16 specific positions that we all are aware of. Are any of these positions where we're not actually, we wouldn't lose anybody, they've been repositioned or they're already not going to be filled? Are some of those positions, maybe somebody's already left the position and quit, and so that brings some nuance into the funding of one of those 16?
Yes, thank you for asking that question. There are two that are, well, I anticipate one will be not filled because there's opportunities for, I'll spare you the details, but there are definitely two positions that people will not be affected.
Okay. And without getting into specifics of the title, because then people can put, I want to have some respect for people's lives and anonymity in their workplace, and it's not easy to have your position or your name thrown out into the public. So I don't want to get overly specific on that, but thank you for answering my question. Is it correct, in my understanding, just kind of, and I just want to verify this, that there are 3 specific positions that do involve work with victim advocacy in the FJC, is that correct?
There are 2 FJC-specific positions, and then one that works in parole and probation.
Okay, that's what my understanding too.
Which are all 3 obviously general-funded positions.
Are any of the positions duplicative? So facilities, government affairs, where you already pay allocated cost, and that the county already has the opportunity to help backfill that with county departments to help your sheriff's department backfill those, so we're not being duplicative. So like, if we have somebody in facilities here, could they not do facilities in your building over in on Sunnybrook? Those types. Are there some of those positions that could be believed to be duplicative?
There are some positions that I think, as you say, duplicative. I would argue that they're already doing their jobs with the county. There is one position that PGA position, a public information officer position that I worked with Gary to create. That is an empty position. Before we created that position, I asked Gary, County Administrator Schmidt, if they had someone from PGA that could help out, and the answer was no. But that is a position that we will likely not fill. given the funding constraints that we have.
Okay, thank you for that.
And we would return that. The work doesn't go away, and so it's absorbed through another position that's there. And then there's also another position that is a community outreach position.
It seems reasonable to me as we adjust to become more nimble that some of these allocated costs you pay would have to be able to tap into county resources that can do similar work. I think that that's just trying to be efficient in some of these positions I see. So out of these 16, some of them are already empty. Some of them I think are potentially duplicative. So we have, my understanding is that we do some what's called work back for the public's knowledge on what that means is that somebody can retire from the sheriff's office and then still come back to the sheriff's office to do work and have a position. Often they're captain or lieutenant, non-represented positions. They have pretty good salaries on their work back. I think they can also still receive PERS and other lucrative pay. And they, it could be construed as some double dipping. And it's my understanding that we have 3 senior level positions that are doing work back. And we also have additional legal counsel to the sheriff, even though we also have a legal department for the county doing work back. Those are, I believe, potentially costly. And so my question to you, Sheriff, is if the county's laying off people and these individuals are out there potentially double dipping, why are we laying off regular full-time employees who have not already had the benefit to retire?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. Those positions you're discussing, the work back, senior level positions are sworn positions that are not going away. They actually, this is actually a work back county allowable through the county administration for not just the sheriff's office, but the county. And actually, if someone is on a retire work back, it costs us less. That person is less because of the PERS. It's not paid to the person, it's actually paid to PERS. And that was allowed by the legislature to help fix the PERS problem. So it actually works in everyone's favor. It's a benefit for PERS to help pay down the problems with PERS. I'm doing a terrible description about this and the why. But those positions you're talking about, we would replace them with full-time folks. They're not going away.
Okay.
That's not a fix. And it's also not just for senior management. It is, a work pack is allowed through our unions and negotiated with our unions. But this is something that is countywide, not just sheriff's office specific. And you talk about different positions, and I'm not going to get into the different positions, but I'm going to disagree about the duplicative work that you categorize, and leave it at that.
Okay.
But we've looked at all of these. I mean, taking and giving notices to people for layoffs. I mean, we've looked at everything. We looked at cutting things. We looked at sparing, individuals. The Family Justice Center, I understand the district attorney talked about the catastrophic effects of the Family Justice Center. I understand. I was the director for 5 years. I worked under current Sheriff Roberts to get that going. I understand that is a necessary and needed Family Justice Center. And that is one of my priorities, because I do believe serving victims and preventing crime from happening and serving folks and having them navigate the complex legal system. One of those positions is I'm working to secure funding, and I have told the district attorney office that and our partners at the FJC. I understand, and we are trying to do more with less and prioritize what we believe our bosses want us to do with our law enforcement.
And I totally agree with you. And when we're dealing with these tight budgets and public dollars that we all are feeling the pinch on, it's like razor thin decisions on how we prioritize, and budgets are about prioritization and what we value. And, despite whatever tension we feel today, we have a lot of common ground in those values. And so we just have to figure out how we're going to prioritize those. These aren't fun conversations to have, but it helps us make decisions with those dollars to have these conversations. And I know nobody in the public likes even hearing this right now in Clackamas County. It's unfortunate that we are where we are. and I don't disagree with your assessment, but thank you for helping me understand work back. I'm guessing it would be your take that it's a little apples and oranges when we look at the work back for like a captain or a lieutenant that is coming back to provide those services compared to these regular full-time employees. It's not super comparable is what you're telling me.
I'm not really understanding your
So you have
question.
a
It's the
let's say
same work.
hypothetically you have a captain doing a work back, and then I'm saying, well, that could fund 2 of these regular employees, but you can't. It's not apples and it's apples and oranges is what you're telling me.
It is an essential function that would be replaced by, if that person left and fully retired, we would promote another captain who would be more expensive.
More expensive, okay.
And then that trickle-down effect and it's managing the professional development and not having so many people at the top because we want that professional development. And it is decisions to be made surrounding that to ensure that we are succession planning correctly.
Okay.
But it also is a benefit to the office and to
It's a
the
win-win.
citizens. Yeah.
So I appreciate that context. I'm not in law enforcement, so these questions come to me from other individuals. I think they're fair questions, and thank you for giving me a good answer. One question that's not sworn that is doing work back, and I don't know if legal counsel under Chief Counsel Billy Williams or our lead counsel here in Clackamas County, it looks like that there is a work back for your department who has their own individual attorney. And maybe I'm wrong, but is the counsel that you've hired within the sheriff's department, is that individual also on work back? And is that a service that could be delivered by county counsel's office?
I hate to be specific with positions because people know who we're talking about, but I disagree. This person does not do legal services for my office. The Office of County Counsel provides legal advice, which we use often, unfortunately. The person you're talking about does essential work, is called out in our staffing study, and we could not do the work without that person.
Okay, thank you. I have some line item questions, but I will yield back to allow other people to ask questions about things I've seen in the budget that I like clarification on. But that does help answer some of my questions, and thank you for answering. I know that weren't easy.
Mr. Rhodes.
Thank you. My question is about, page 67, this is the slide that says looking forward. And under the fiscal year 26-27 challenges, the last bullet talks about lack of general fund support to fill 37 sworn positions, and then specifically lists out 15 patrol, 3 investigations, and so forth. My understanding is that means that those positions will be held vacant or frozen. I mean, it's kind of the term we're using.
That is correct.
Okay.
That there is no plan to, or funding to fill those positions.
Right. Compared, so if that's the intent for the 26-27 budget, how many of those positions are currently today in the 25-26 budget? How many of them are currently being held open now? What I'm asking is, what's the change between what are you doing today with those positions versus what's proposed for 26? Are those positions all currently held vacant today?
They are.
Right.
They are currently and will continue to be held vacant in the next budget year.
Okay, so status quo. I mean, they're held vacant today. You intend to hold the same number vacant in the coming year?
Yes.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, all right.
Can I clarify something about the question? Just because so these are currently vacant and will remain vacant. There was the potential 16 layoffs. More. That's in addition, that you weren't asked.
Now, I was asking specifically
Okay.
about the 37 sworn positions that are going to be held vacant.
Thank you.
I'm looking for the change between current to future.
Okay.
When there will be none.
I believe Commissioner Savis was next.
Yeah, so before I forget, I did forget. So Administrator Schmidt, if I could get HR to give us a FTE count for both the levy and CCSO Fund 100. I'm also wondering if maybe CCSO staff could help us and just validate that on page 61, that the FTE counts are still accurate, right? And then also, I'd like to know how many of that current FTE counts that are here today, how many are anticipated to be vacant as a result of retirements, right? So I can understand, again, potential vacancies that would, maybe could avoid layoffs perhaps, and maybe in certain areas if there's an opportunity for a lateral or whatnot. I don't know. That's not my place. But I do have a question for the sheriff before I go into my mathematical question I have for Patrick. And that is, are we still actively recruiting for for normal attrition and vacancies as a result of retirements? How many people are in the queue?
I'll have
For
to
hire.
look back at, but we have not stopped hiring. We just have a new number of positions that we can fill. Does that make sense? I know that Mr. Rhodes is shaking his head. We don't want to stop hiring. That would be catastrophic. But we have a finite number of positions to fill. People are not leaving, the office. And then from our discussion yesterday for the Enhanced Law Enforcement District, we moved deputies out of that funding into general funded positions. And for us to manage that so that there is no sworn being laid off, we invested a lot of money. You've invested a lot of money and effort. And so we have managed those so we have positions to put folks in, but it's getting razor thin. And I'll see if Under Sheriff Eby wants to add to that.
So, yes, we continue to have openings because of attrition. Things happen. People do retire, even though it's slowed down dramatically this year for us. But we also have other things happen in people's lives. They move away, things happen. And so we continue to have that. That new number, as the sheriff mentions, is we keep those positions open. So we don't hire for those. But if other positions open outside those that we have deemed frozen, we work forward on hiring for those positions because
Okay.
they are counted within the budget.
Yeah, I'll just say this before I go to Patrick. Regardless of the industry you're in, whether it's public service or private sector, is that we're seeing a lot of the baby boomers retire, and that is leaving a big, huge hole or a vacuum, if you will, because there's, the generation following the baby boomers is not as many people, so it's harder to fill positions. So knowing that the wave of attrition is going to be higher with the baby boomers, right, the tail end of the baby boomers, it's going to be maybe a lot more challenging to fill, right, those positions, knowing that there's not as great a pool. And this is the private sector seeing this as a big problem. So I'm sure that you are as well. No?
We're not seeing, we have great qualified candidates that you gave me the green light today, I could hire those positions probably within a year. So, and I've done that. And the sheriff's office, the Clackamas County remains, we are an employer of choice at this moment. Talks of layoffs, talks of financial instability are going to damage that reputation, and we're going to see some effects of that. Which is why we don't want to not hire, but there are less positions for us to fill.
Yeah. Well, you bring up a good point, and I think that kind of goes along with morale, right? Morale's got to be good inside the agencies and every department here in the county, right? With difficult times, I think a lot of people are always worried and fret about, how secure am I? And it's not Clackamas County alone. It's all private sector and public sector are seeing that. So I want to switch over to going back to the levy. And again, great work, Patrick. I appreciate it. As when the Board of County Commissioners was considering the different options for the levy, and we talked about this yesterday, but I'm going to go in a different angle here this time. I was realizing in my conversations with you that you were slowly unraveling this, getting the internal cost recognized and really realizing maybe how to recalibrate, and you've done a great job. So when in those options, I didn't question, gave you all the benefit of the doubt that the ask for the status quo of the lowest cost of the options that 50, what was it cents, that 53.4 cents, that ask was accurate, right? And I'm not questioning it, but I just need to reconcile something that's not adding up here. And maybe you can go back and do the math and figure out why I'm seeing what I'm seeing. So I took that number of 53.4 cents and multiplied it times the tax base, and I came up with that $11.8 million, right? Additional funding that there would be. And in our prior conversation earlier, you mentioned that the 28 million, the 24 plus the transfer of the 25 plus the transfer of 2 million of fund balance for a total of 28 would fund 81 positions, the FTE, which we talked about, right? I get that. But if I take those additional dollars, right, that the levy would add, right, that 11.8 million, that funds a lot more than the 11 deputies, subtracting 92 from 81. So that's 11. We're 11 short. So to roughly fund 11 positions, we would only need about 300 or so thousand, right, per deputy. I'm trying to figure it out because why that additional, and when I do all the math, the additional money, subtracting out the everything else, that additional amount comes out to be the fund balance, taking the fund balance out. That additional amount is $8 million, almost $9 million. And $9 million divided by 11 employees comes out to about $900,000 for cost of a deputy. I'm sure that's not a right number. But my question is, why is the math, did we ask for too much on the levy? Or help me out, understand why that number is so large, but yet we're still funding 81 deputies.
Sure. The levy covers, obviously, not only staff or personnel expenditures, it covers a lot of other expenditures, including we're entering into a new Axon contract, which I mentioned is going up about $1 million. Our jail medical expenditures are going up significantly moving forward, and the levy pays a portion of that, about 30%, from 7 to 9.5 million.
So can you give me a dollar amount roughly, that insurance increase?
The jail medical increase, our jail medical contract, we had anticipated it being, the levy covering $2.6 million in the first year, up to $3.2 million in the last year.
Okay. I did bake in the body cams into those numbers I just laid out there. So that's still 2.6, all right? So that still leaves us with 6.3 additional funds.
We anticipated cost allocations and indirect cost increasing. CCOM and C800 will be increasing. Vehicle repair and maintenance and fuel. We also baked in about anywhere from $1.5 million to 1.8 in vehicle purchases in that levy as well.
Okay.
Even in that 53.4 cents, yeah.
Were those purchases solely to cover the
levy staff? Yeah, not the option 4. I think was to fund our entire fleet. So yeah.
All right. Thank you for that. I'd love to see that breakdown if you could get that breakdown to me. Thank you.
Well, we'd like to redo it as we move forward. This was done 6 months ago, and a lot of things have changed, as we're all aware. So, yeah. But this was just something that we had originally done, worked with the Department of Finance on. So,
okay.
I thought I saw another card up. Any other questions at the moment? All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate
I
your
am
time and your
tempted
work.
to push through without a break and maybe get a little extra time at lunch since we took a brief recess.
Yes, you're right on schedule, so if you're willing to keep going, we're ready.
All right, let's go. So Juvenile is up next, is that right?
Yes, so if you don't mind, Chair, I'll help you with the next ones. Everything coming forward now is appointed department directors, which will present their budgets, starting with the Juvenile Department. Interim Director Alice Perry will present the budget, so she'll come up here.
Have a It's colder in here today than it was yesterday. No.
So everything you heard jives.
Yeah, because it's not just, you can't just divide it. Personnel. Pieces.
Good morning. My name is Alice Perry. Thank you. My name is Alice Perry, and I'm the interim director of the Clackamas County Juvenile Department, and I'm here to present this year's proposed budget. The mission of the Clackamas County Juvenile Department is to provide equitable juvenile justice, family support intervention, and reformation services to youth so that they can repair harm to victims, experience positive change, and contribute to a safe, healthy, and secure community. We can go on to our general fund page. Sorry. As you can see on this page, we are proposing an FTE of 39. This is the same FTE as our current year and as of the previous fiscal year as well. Sorry, I forgot to introduce Tiffany. Tiffany is our senior management analyst, and she was very instrumental in putting together this budget and will help with technical questions. I'm happy to have this opportunity to share our budget with you and how the funds support us in keeping community safe by intervening with youth that have come into contact with the juvenile justice system, as well as prevent youth from coming into our system in the first place. We're very proud of the work our staff do, and the most recent year of data shows that we continue to have excellent results. We have the second lowest recidivism rate of any county with a population over 100,000 in the state of Oregon. I mentioned the FTE already. We do currently have 6 total vacancies. We're actively in recruitment for 3 of those vacancies. When the director position is filled, I will return to my regular assistant director position, leaving us with 2 vacancies for which we will begin recruitment in the near future. Moving on to the next page. The line federal, state, local, and other gifts shows a variance of -5%. This reflects a few things, including the spending down of the federal discretionary or earmark grant that we were awarded for our prevention work with youth in the schools that have behavioral issues and substance abuse issues, along with the inability to move forward with a federal grant application and an increase in the state revenue for the 25-27 biennium. Go ahead to the next page. Actually, sorry, I'll stick on that page for a second. I did want to note also a variance of -6% on our interfund transfer line. This is due to the decrease in the interfund support for our CSEC, Human Trafficking Confidential Advocate Service. This is a result of another department having to make reductions in their budget. This is a mandated service for the juvenile department, mandated by Senate Bill 745, and so we have made reduction in other areas. And after submitting our budget, we were notified that our other partner, also because of budget reductions that they had to make, will not be able to continue in this partnership this coming year. We'll partner in other ways with them, but we will have to make additional adjustments to provide this mandated services for this vulnerable population of youth. Moving on to page 4. This shows our opioid fund award and expenses, and the variance is due to an increase in our opioid award for fiscal year 26-27. Again, this award funds our screening and services for prevention work with youth, both in the schools and in our juvenile intake and assessment center, where youth that are encounter law enforcement, whether they encounter them because of crimes or because of status offenses like runaways or other vulnerabilities come into our 24/7 center here at the Juvenile Department. Moving on to opportunities and challenges. Shelter bed contracts, which we worked very hard with your help to bring on board, are providing us opportunities to place some youth safely and appropriately in community placements in lieu of detention. This also, when youth are ready to step down for detention but not quite ready to go home, allows them to step into community placement. And so far this year with our new contracts, we have been able to serve 13 youth so far in this fiscal year with a total of 424 nights. This means we're able to place youth appropriately and they have not ended up in detention. We know and have previously shared that for most youth that can remain safely in the community, detention is detrimental to their ongoing development and actually increases the likelihood that they will continue to penetrate the justice system. So we're very grateful to have been able to bring these contracts on, and thank you. We have continued interest and outreach from additional Clackamas County school districts regarding expansion of our successful school-based screening, brief intervention, and referral to treatment services, better known as school-based expert prevention program. This would require a grant extension and additional grant funds. Moving on to challenges. I'm sure you've heard already, and will probably continue to hear, shifts in the funding landscape have restricted the department's ability to apply for routine and regular federal grants, as well as new federal opportunities. Similar restrictions for other departments in the county could curb funding grant opportunities and increase overall the reliance on general fund. Economic hardship and reduced community resources increase the challenges for stabilizing system-involved youth and families who are already many times struggling. And youth are experiencing multiple factors that impact school attendance, including current societal tensions, increased bullying, family economic challenges, and declining family support resources. We know that school attendance is one of the best ways to prevent youth from entering the justice system, and we partner with the schools to do our best to help youth stay connected to schools and attending. And the Oregon Youth Authority's ongoing crisis regarding allegations of abuse continues to hold. Has been a progress towards reform. However, some challenges persist with new allegations, and so that makes it difficult. Sometimes folks in the community see us all as one big agency, and while the juvenile departments around the Oregon do about 90% of the work, and we partner with OIA, the community doesn't always see the distinction. So that's an ongoing challenge that we have to navigate. Just so you know, the federal funds we were not able to apply for this year was about $54,500. And while it may seem like a small amount, it's been an important amount for our budget that we've been able to apply for every year. And so we are going to be actively looking at other ways to be able to fill those gaps. Thank you.
Any questions?
I do have a question. I'm very intrigued with the partnership you have in the school district. So what is this diversion or this program that you have with youth? It's preventative, but could you give us a little more detail about what that is and how that works?
Yes, of course. So it is a Many of you probably, when you've gone to the doctor, have taken the SBIR and would ask about substance use and other mental health questions. This is a interactive online app that's fun for youth, that's in many different languages, and that is confidential. It's also completely voluntary. Parents can opt in or opt out. Youth can opt out as well. And it has 4 areas. There's also validated sources within the app. And it measures youth that are at risk for suicide or other self-harm, substance use, bullying, if they are having unhealthy relationships. And so that's the first part, the youth are screened. And then they have a confidential conversation with counselors, and that allows the counselors to ensure that they're getting the right information, because sometimes youth misunderstand, and so they want to clarify that and get the youth the right treatment. Key to this is if any youth has critical suicide ideation, they get support that very day and connected to services that day. If there's concerns, but it is not as critical, they will get those services, family and youth connected within a short amount of time. Every youth has a conversation with an adult in that school, and so it really helps build that caring community in the schools that keeps kids connected to school. And part of this program also is family navigation, so sometimes families don't have the ability to access the services or are afraid, or sometimes you're overwhelmed when your child is having these issues, and it seems like a little thing to pick up the phone, but it could become a big thing. We also include parenting classes to help, and youth character development classes as a part of this work. And currently it's in Gladstone Middle School and High School.
So is it just in Gladstone, or is it serving all of the school districts in the county?
Right now, just in Gladstone. We've had a lot of interest from other school districts, but of course we have to figure out the funding piece of that.
So it's the funding that is preventing you from...
Yes, my understanding, and I think Chief Roberts and Gary were at a school district meeting where Jeremiah Patterson, the superintendent of Gladstone, was there speaking about how important it had been for the school district. And we've had interest from North Clackamas High School and also a couple of other schools so far.
Thank you. And the only way to fund this right now is through grant funding?
Currently, yes.
Currently, that's, okay. It's dependent on the nonprofit sector at this point. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Caton?
Yeah, thank you for that. That was encouraging to hear about what you're working with youth in that capacity. I was wondering about the nonprofit partnerships you might have that working with youth. I'm familiar with working with NAMI in the past, the National Alliance for Mental Illness, and youth programs with them. And in Washington County, they're partnering with school districts to offer peer support with youth and families as well that don't have access to the services, but being a nonprofit and volunteer organization advocacy for mental health for youth as well as families, it's a growing successful effort that they're involved with youth in Washington County. I was wondering if there's other nonprofits that Clackamas County may be able to partner with in this capacity too, to help with the youth and their mental health challenges that they may be experiencing, as well as helping support the families of those youth.
We do partner with a number of nonprofits, some formally, some informally. So NAMI is one, Youth Era is another, Latino Network. We refer youth to Parrot Creek for their substance abuse program, and that's Nice because it's open to the public, so we can refer youth that previously we would, quite frankly, send away from their community. So it's so important for youth to be connected to their community where they're coming back from. So we're very grateful for those partnerships.
Any other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next is the Clackamas Communications Department, which is CCOM, which is also known as our 911 Center at Clackamas County. Tony Collins, the director of the department, will present.
Good morning, Budget Committee, Chair Roberts, Commissioners, and County Admin. I'm pleased today to present Clackamas County 911's budget for fiscal year 26-27. Our mission at Clackamas 911 is to provide emergency and non-emergency call response information and dispatch services to the public and agencies we serve so that they can have reliable 24/7 access to information and critical life safety services. All right, so we just have one fund, Fund 605, and our budget consists of fees charged to our user agencies, law and fire, as well as the 911 tax. And then there's a small amount that is a subsidy from the general fund. So looking at this, there's some changes from last year. I'll start out by saying we lost our director in October, Cheryl Bledsoe. She'd been our director for quite a while, and she passed away very suddenly. So it's been a little bit of a rough year for us. All of us are learning our new positions. I was appointed the director, and with appointing me to director, it moved other people up under us. So there's a whole bunch of us that are really new, which we're not new to CCOM, but we're new to what we're doing. So we were learning a lot this year, so this was helpful that we get to learn stuff before it was time to come here. One of the things that I mentioned was the 911 tax. It fluctuates. It's a flat tax that's $1.25 per cell phone that's issued in the state. So that goes up and it goes down as cell phones are issued and turned back in or turned off. It's issued to us quarterly. They figure it quarterly. Last year it was down a little bit. Right now it seems kind of level from last year at this point. Another part of that that's changed this year, and I'll go over that later, is that Oregon Emergency Management can take part of that fund. So that's something that's a new change for us. Our user agencies, there's different funding models for them. Some of them, the really small agencies that are like sometimes interfund transfers from the county, they are flat fees just because of they're such a small part of our workload. As far as the fire and law agencies, it depends on which they are, as some of them are funded by, or the budget formula is by population and a whole bunch of other things. Some of them it's by call volume and a bunch of other things. And so their budgets fluctuate with us year to year. But that is the majority of our budget is what we get from those user agencies. As you can see on here, there's a large change, the capital outlay. It's a huge amount compared to what it was before. The reason for that is Director Bledsoe worked on a grant in 2024 that turned into a federal FEMA grant, but it was postponed. And we found out along in about December that it could be used again. And just yesterday, I finally received the document from Oregon Emergency Management, which they got it from DOJ, that I can ask for approval from the county to actually start using the grant. So that will be on a future BCC meeting. You'll see a line there. Down at the bottom, it's the reserve expenditures line. We had, Director Bledsoe discussed this last year. When you have staffing shortage, which we've had for years. But last year, we got it solved where we did no longer have a staffing shortage. However, the staff were not trained. So we were paying for full staff, but we still had to pay other staff to work overtime because the staff were not trained. To train a 911 dispatcher takes around 2 years before they can work by themselves at various positions. So we have a lot of new people. They just aren't able to work by themselves yet. So we had the positions and the overtime. So our member board is who decides how we structure the budget, more or less. And they decided to remove some of the reserve fund to pay down so that they could afford to have our services. So we had about a little over a 7% increase for them this year. Last year was 11%, but that was from the PERS. So that went down. And because of this, using this reserve fund, our budget is actually smaller than it was last year, without any layoffs or anything like that. Like I discussed before, we did move people up, so there are a couple of empty positions right now. We intend to fill them in the fall. Summertime is not the best time for us to hire. It's the busiest season of the year. Lots of people also want to go on vacation, which they have earned over the year. So every hand's on deck. We don't have a lot of time to train. So and this last fiscal year, we had a lot of trainees last year. I watched Director Bledsoe's presentation. We had 9 trainees at the time of this last year. We have 7 right now, but all but 2 of those, well, except all but 6 of those can actually work at least one position. Some of them work 2 by themselves, because as they get done with more, they can do more. The other big thing we've done is we have 8 call takers completely signed off. We've never, ever in CCOM's history had that many call takers. Sometimes we had none, sometimes we had 3 or 5. We have 8. So this summer will be a new world for us, to where we won't be buried in answering calls. We have enough call takers to actually handle the load. Looking ahead, so there's a lot of change this year, and there's going to be a lot of change next year. We have the potential to fill all of our FTEs, because we have a couple of them left. We'll fill those in the fall or in the winter. We think that we can get everybody trained to at least one thing next year, so that they could work by themselves on at least one thing, which would be call taking. But a lot of them should be 2 or done. With the grant, now that we're going to get the grant, we can make some building upgrades. And our facility is 40 years old and it needs some upgrades. So we'll be upgrading it in the realm of using it as an emergency operations center for us. We continue to adapt to a rapidly changing 911 system. 911 has changed a lot over the last couple of years. There's so much new, just like any other technology job, there's a ton of new technology for us, and our people have to learn it. And then our member board helps us decide which direction we want to go in purchasing new technology. We continue to work with other regional partners. We share our computer-aided dispatch system with 3 other 911 centers in the region: Columbia County, Lake Oswego Dispatch, and Washington County Dispatch. So it's a combined CAD system, and it really helps us because we can shift calls back and forth easily if the caller gets the wrong number, or if there's a call that goes from one jurisdiction to another. It's much more helpful to do it that way versus calling them on the phone. So it's something that we've really enjoyed having, and it's still in a work in progress. And we're going to have more leadership changes. I am retiring in January. That was my retirement date before Director Bledsoe passed away. I'm retiring, so there will be another new director. And whether that is an internal hire or an external hire or whatever, it could also affect our FTE count and hiring new people. So there will be different people here next year than there was this year. Some of the challenges, that's also, it's a plus and a minus, the challenges, and I'll get to that in a minute. The grant fund, the freeze on it for so long has affected how much of it we can spend. The end date on having everything completed, not just purchased or the idea of it, everything has to be done and signed off in that building is July 31st of 2027. That leaves us basically a year instead of 2 years to spend the money. So it would be highly unlikely we could spend the money, all of it. We can spend some of it. We will be working on rebuilding our fund, because that fund funds future technology, which we will be needing. we have made some changes recently with our overtime, and we've also had a lot of people, we've had 3 different people that have been signed off of training, so they fill some of those shifts. So overtime is trending down quite a lot. And as I'd mentioned before, the Oregon 911 program is taking some of the money from the cell tax. So it's a little bit, but it's everything. And institutional knowledge loss with tenured people leaving. So right at the start of the budget year last year, or in 26-27, we had, or 25-26, we had one of our long-term supervisors leave. She'd been with us a little over 30 years. Our next supervisor has been a supervisor for about 4. So a lot of institutional knowledge left there. Director Bledsoe had a huge amount of knowledge and a huge amount of connections, and she's obviously gone. And I have been at CCOM in my 3 different stints there for over 31 years, and I will be gone. I'm doing my very best to train everybody that's there right now about what I know, but it's going to take some time. The next page is just what our overall budget is, and then the general fund support. And I welcome any questions or comments.
Commissioner Salas, I saw your card moving first. Sorry, I don't. We'll get the. Okay, Commissioner West.
Either way.
You win.
Okay, thank you. Just a quick question. You're talking about federal spending and grants that you received. Help me remember, and if my question is stupid, I apologize. Or when we had Congresswoman Chavez-DeRemer, she worked on getting some congressionally funded capital improvements for that building that were very much needed. We did a big tour, a big grand showing, and then it was like, where's the money, right? Which often happens with these appointed funds. Is this a different grant? Are we talking about the same thing? Because it sounds a little different than how it started. Could you just dive in on that a little deeper for me to understand? And then does that mean that we're going to be starting construction soon, so you guys actually approve that building, which is much needed?
I hope so. So it has to be, Chair Roberts will actually have to approve us spending it. He will have to approve that, and that should be coming soon. Like I said, I just received the document that I needed for that yesterday. Okay. It is that grant. Unfortunately, with spending down some of our reserves, it was the $1 million with the $250 soft match. So we had to spend $250. It was $750. We don't have that much money anymore. So that's one of our challenges. Plus the time.
Is that in your budget?
Of how much we can spend.
Like, you know what you need, because I mean, it's pretty good return on investment. We give $250 and we get what is that, 4 or 5 times more back. Yeah. So is that in this? Is that maybe when would we be made aware of that gap?
So that was the member board decided how much of the grant they thought they could spend and still make their service rates affordable for them. So every police department, except for, there's a couple of police departments in the county, the sheriff's office, and all the fire departments, they decide on what rate they can pay. And we have an e-board that consists of 2 fire and 2 law. Right. And the e-board and then our management staff decides what the fund or what the amount of increase of the budget can be. And with that, we had to pull money out of the reserve fund, which is where some of that money was going to come from.
Have we also just seen, we've had to have seen since the last few years, just even those costs become significantly more, and that's just because we didn't have the funds to move when we wish we could have. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm glad that's happening, and we're moving forward with it. And thank you for that update.
Was it Commissioner Helm next, or? Okay.
Yeah. Thank you for the presentation, Tony. So the 2 FTEs that you say are open, and then you mentioned and they have several jobs, but they're going to train them in one discipline. Give me an example. I thought everybody kind of did the same thing.
Some centers they do, and CCOM used to be one of those centers. One of the Director Bledsoe's initiatives when she was hired as the director, and then I was shortly brought back in as the operations manager, is we wanted to have call takers as a specific position. That is all they do, and it's not all they do. It's a very, very difficult job, but it's a call taker only. They do not dispatch.
Oh,
So
okay.
we have 3 different disciplines that we work. There's call taking, fire dispatch, and law dispatch.
Right.
If you're a dispatcher or higher, so there's dispatcher, shift leaders, supervisors, they all do all of those things. They're all certified by state, by DPSST, to do all of those things. Call takers are only certified to do the call taking. How we do it is it's a promotional to get out of the call taking if they want to go into dispatch, and it isn't the promotional like they have. There's ways to get there, but we encourage people to do that if that's what they would like to do. So they come out of the call taking pool. We generally don't let them come out of the call taking pool until we have another call taker on board to replace them.
I see. Okay, all right. But you're going to have enough call takers over the summer. That's what you said. You were going to have like 8. That's, okay,
Much,
cool.
much better.
Thank you.
Commissioner Salas.
Yeah, well, first of all, I've been here long enough to know that it's really hard work, and I really appreciate the employees, and it takes a special person to do this kind of work. So thank you for your service and all the staff that work at CCOM. So I can't say that enough. I've never been able to crack this nut to best understand, when you mentioned member board a couple times, about how the revenues, majority of your revenues are derived. I have a rough idea, got a rough sketch. Maybe Mr. Karn can help, as well as you. My question is kind of broad. You know, you mentioned the apportionment of the funds earlier, and I am concerned, and I don't know if you have been in that realm or in that room before, but are we getting, because it's multi-county, right? No?
Just a tiny bit. So Clackamas County, I'll explain how the 911 in Clackamas County works. In Clackamas County, we have 2 911 centers. We have ours, which is the largest, CCOM, and then there's also LOCOM. CCOM, I'll give you the list of what LOCOM dispatches for because it's smaller, and then we would dispatch the rest. LOCOM dispatches for Westland Police, Lake Oswego Police, Lake Oswego Fire, and Milwaukee Police. That is their realm. Everything else, any other police or fire agency in the county, we're the dispatcher for. As well as we have one agency that is outside of the county, which is Aurora Fire. They're in Marion County, however, part of their service district runs into Clackamas County. So they touch Canby Fire District, and they go calls back and forth all the time. So it made sense for us. We got them maybe 3 or 4 years ago. It made sense for us to have them. They wanted to come to us. And so it's multi-county just by one agency.
Right, and from a fire standpoint, there's TVF&Rs involved in this as well, right?
That is correct.
Right, so knowing this mix of people, and again, I never really understood it, and I know we rely on our local sitting representatives that are on that member board, and I'm not being critical of this, but I'm just asking the question, do we feel we're getting a good shake as far as the revenues?
Our member board is very attentive to us, and they're our business partners. We understand what they can do. They're very involved in what we do. They are pleased with our service. That hasn't always been the case. It goes like this, and I'm not saying tomorrow it won't be different, but right at this moment, they are pleased with our service. They are pleased with the amount of money we charge them. You had mentioned Tualatin Valley. So they are dispatched by Washington County. So, for instance, parts of, if we get a fire call, we have to transfer the call to them or back and forth. There's a lot of phone transferring, but our computer makes that a lot easier as well. So I believe we are getting a fair shake, and our user board is very in tune with what we do, and they're very helpful.
Okay, one more, it's probably more of a statement than it is a question, and that, I guess my concern is that should this or should not this service be funded wholly by the members, right? And it seems like, you know, I believe CCSO has a seat, right?
That's correct.
And CCFD1 has a seat. So it seems to me that that funding ought to be 100% member driven as opposed to the general fund augmenting it. I don't know. I'm just saying it seems. Again, I admitted my ignorance at the beginning, not fully understanding it, but I do scratch my head sometimes wanting to know if how the other agency, was it LCOM? LOCOM. How they're adequately funded, if so, if they're getting a better proportion or not. So just a question.
That makes sense. So LOCOM there's a lot of different funding models for 911 centers in the state of Oregon. We're one type where we're owned by a large entity, but we're kind of autonomous from the county. It's member board and county. I have two bosses. Administrator Ship's my boss, and the member board are my boss. I have to make both of them happy. LOCOM is wholly owned by the city of Lake Oswego, and they are a Lake Oswego Police Department. They're a part of the Lake Oswego Police Department that sells their service to other agencies. It's a very different funding model than ours.
So to answer that question in more detail, the CCOM is 100% member funded. The Clackamas County Sheriff's Office pays the most, and they use county general funds to pay a portion of their share to CCOM. So there's an indirect county general fund contribution there. And as you saw on the list, there's approximately $97,000 of general fund directly to CCOM, which was an arrangement I made with the member board because they don't like allocated cost. Join the club. But because there was such an increase years ago, I gave a subsidy to every department, including CCOM, and this is the last year of the agreement I made with CCOM for that subsidy. Then it ends.
Okay, so that 97,000 won't be here next year. Correct. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Carr.
Thank you. Actually, I want to start it with Battalion 3 CCOM.
Go ahead.
That's okay. That's how it works.
Yeah.
Long time. It's been 10 years since I've been able to do that. Tony, good to see you again. Quick question. You talked about call takers as far as having 8 now and being, I'm assuming that's where your target level was for. How are we doing with dispatchers, certified dispatchers? I know overtime was a big issue for many years, but how are we with current trained, staffed, full-time dispatchers versus what the target is?
That's a very good question. We've been doing staffing studies every 3 years for the last 8 years. It lines out how many of each thing we need by our call volume. As far as dispatchers, we have room to promote a couple of more. There's some in training. As a matter of fact, I was just barely getting here for this because we had our fire dispatcher got signed off a fire today, and that was at 10:50. So I needed to be there to congratulate her. And once they get signed off of phones and fire or phones and law, and we split it when we send people because we can't have all the trainees on law and all the trainees on fire. We have to be very careful how we orchestrate the training. Once they're done with one of the other higher disciplines, they also can work by themselves. We still keep them in training, but they can, if we had a surge, like say 4th of July, we stop training on 4th of July and we have that many more people to work. So we have a couple of more people that we can put in, but we've got 5 trainees in law/fire dispatch right now. So I believe we're 7 down. But we have, in the last year, we have signed off 3 of them. So we lost one. Actually, we lost 2. One of them left for the summer and came back. We lost the other one, and she went to one of our police agencies. But I think she'll be back sometime. She'd love to hear. Schedule, 24/7 isn't for everybody, depending on where they're at in their life. We see her all the time, and she misses us. But we want to continue moving people into that realm until we get full enough that the overtime, we're always going to have overtime, but when you have an imbalance of overtime like we do, we want it to go away. And that's what our goal is this coming year, is to work on that.
Thank you. One last question would be, so the CAD system, which some people who are not in the business, understanding how things evolve and technology improvements that are being made. For example, a lot of people sitting on this board might not understand, versus a live person actually dispatching. Now that's the initial dispatch is done by a computer, at least on the fire side, right?
That's correct.
I guess my question would be, the CAD system that we're sharing today is how old?
It went online in 2018. So
Okay, yeah. What is the expected lifespan of that system?
10.
That's what I thought.
So we've got 2 more years, and that is expected. Now, that CAD system, the reason we had to move off of other CAD systems, they were going to stop supporting it. they're currently supporting our CAD system, and in fact, we are in line for an upgrade in it this year. There's the mobile side, which is the officers and the firefighters use the mobile side. There's an upgrade coming for that, and then there's an upgrade coming from RES. It's just slow. We were expecting that in the spring. It didn't happen in spring. We were expecting it in the fall. We're not sure if fall is going to happen. It might be winter. But we're competing with all of the other CAD companies or all the other agencies that are getting an upgrade as well. So,
Is that still Tiburon or is it a different? Yeah.
Tiburon is no longer. That was the old CAD. The CAD that you and I worked on was Tiburon. Yes. Our new one is Central Square, who purchased Tiburon, and this is a different CAD system than what we had.
So I guess the next question, money-wise, so if we're looking at 2 years, anyway, these systems are extremely expensive. And so that's something that's going to be on the radar coming up that I'm sure Gary has probably already thought about, another big expense to come.
So there's a lot of different things happening in the CAD world. And I heard some of the budget discussions earlier today. CADs can be cloud now. The initial price of a CAD is huge. The initial price of a cloud CAD is less, but the maintenance could be more. So there's different ways that the 4 agencies together will decide how they want to proceed with that and what the budget for it will be. It's an unknown at this point. Hopefully that the CAD company will continue to support the one we have and continue upgrading it, and we can have it. Our last CAD system, it survived upgrades. We got it in 2004, and it was shut off in 2018. So it lasted a long time. So hopefully that will continue.
Yeah. Thank you, Tony. Your service at CCOM will be missed. You did a great job. It was always fun working with you.
Same. Thank you.
Chair Roberts.
All right. Well, first, Tony, thank you for stepping up in really kind of a difficult time. Also want to give kind of a shout out for Cheryl Bledsoe and what an incredible leader she was. Incredibly brilliant, and really did so much for CCOM over the years. So can't go on without really thanking her for incredible work, and it was really sad to see her pass away. So I know you stood up at really a tough time, so thank you. I want to just elaborate. I feel like dispatchers are kind of an unsung hero. I don't think people realize how much trauma is actually involved in being a dispatcher. And I just want to give you a couple examples. I might paint a picture for you. Being a former homicide detective, a domestic violence investigator, and a trainer, one of the things I did is train on domestic violence. And so I'd go to CCOM and say, hey, can you give me some tapes, 911 calls on domestic violence? And I'd plug them into my car trying to find the right one to use in training. I mean, I had a box of them. And I go, oh my gosh, this is like depressing, listening to a child on the phone calling, describing that his mother's being beat up by a boyfriend. And so it was really an eye-opener to me to kind of listen to that. And then really cases. I mean, I'll just tell you another case that just shocked me was this guy killed his wife and called 911. And the dispatcher had the coolness to say, well, are you sure she's dead? Listen to her. Went over and, well, she's gurgling. Well, okay, get her on the floor. And she talked him into giving him CPR. And I was just like, oh my gosh, and that is kind of the difficult job that they do that, most people think of a dispatcher, I just send them the call. Well, there's so much more behind that. High stress, and when there's multiple shootings or other stuff, I can just tell you the stressor is amazing. A couple questions I had for you. One is the nurse navigation system. Maybe you could just talk about that. Is it helping?
Sure.
How do you see it?
So nurse navigation is it's a partner. Nurse navigation is a product of GMR, which is the parent company of AMR Ambulance Service in the county, for most of the county. What nurse navigation is there are certain different types of medical calls that the county's EMS council approved that they can go to a nurse versus going to the field to having a responder go. So on our end at CCOM, it really doesn't change much because we still have to question the call identically to how we would question it before. It's just when we get to the end where it would say, okay, hit enter and send this engine and this AMR unit, it says send it to nurse. So we transfer the caller to nurse and give a handoff. And sometimes they come back because the nurse is able to uncover more things that we could not. A lot of those calls wind up, where it saves us is we don't have the responders so much on the radio. There aren't as many, it helps for the fact that it keeps the fire units in their stations where they can go on other calls. So it isn't as much moving around to the fire apparatus if you've got 3 or 4 units out of their stations, and then you have to find other ones to go on the calls that they would have. That's where that helps for us.
Great. The other thing I just wanted to comment, and I'm not sure who brought it up, but about kind of, it was you, Jamie, on the whole CAD system and the call system. And Gary and I had a meeting with Jeff Johnson, former Tualatin Valley Fire Chief, and technology isn't moving so quickly. There's smart cars, they can drive themselves, and they can have a rollover crash and tell you how many airbags went off, how many people are in the car. And that data is critically important to how you deploy resources, right? So as, you know, the OnStar program, a lot of these other cars, and as we look at the technology in the future, I really believe that is going to be really essential to, you know, improve on saving lives and really better ways to deploy resources. And my last comment was I looked over at my colleague, Diana Helm, when there's 2 dispatch centers. And my hope someday is that we can merge those together, right? And make it as one system. Having duplicate systems always costs more, and would love to see those come together. We've even had conversations about Columbia County has failed on their funding, and you really can be anywhere right now to be deploying as a dispatcher. So anyway, thank you for your job, and I wish you all your best in retirement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Next is Transportation and Development, and this is your last session before you take a lunch break. Dan Johnson, Director of the Department, will present.
Good morning. Burr. Thank you so much. We are going to speed through this. We have a record, and I'm not sure I'm excited about this record, but we have 24 pages and slides to share with you, and I am not going to speak about every one of those. We are going to highlight the big topics. If you have questions about anything within the budget, we are more than amenable to answer any questions that you might have. First, I want to introduce Deidre Landon, our Administrative Services Manager. She and her team are the glue that hold us together financially and to develop these budgets. They do amazing work starting in January. This is a 6-month process they run us through. So our department, we have extensive number of public-facing services. We have 5 unique lines of business: transportation services, community services, development services, visiting services, and administrative services. Within each one of those lines of business, we have 26 programs. I'm going to hop to page 114. 114 and 115, feel free to slide between those as you like. As you'll see from this sheet right here, this is a roll-up of the lines of business on the far left. It also shows that if you look at the top row, we have 12 unique funding sources. And so some of those are restricted. We're going to walk you through those on a case-by-case basis, rolling through the budget. Our total budget is $266,165,525. That's a 5% decrease from fiscal year 25-26. Our general fund support as a whole is about 3% of our total budget, but that provides vital funding to a couple of key programs, namely land use planning, our surveyor's office, dog services, and our library support services. It makes up a large percentage of the funding for those particular programs. If you'd be so kind, Andrew, to change it to 117, please. 117, page 117 is our road fund. This is Fund 215. Essentially, this is the largest single fund that we have within our organization. It is restricted funding. Revenue primarily consists of state highway fund, which is approximately $35 million annually, local vehicle registration fee, which we get about 60% of the total, 40% goes to the cities that we direct locally to our roadway systems. And again, all those funds have to be directed towards road-related expenses. Those dollars cannot be directed to non-road-related support services. This is a pretty significant roll-up of programs within this particular line. Essentially, we have the Office of the Director, Traffic Safety, Transportation, Engineering and Construction, Transportation Maintenance, Community Road Fund, and Damascus Roads. I mention all of those because we keep funding those and keep those funds separate throughout our budget. For example, Damascus Roads was money specifically set aside for the area that was formerly known as Damascus. We want to make sure those dollars get spent in that community. So we're very segmented with the dollars that we have to make sure they're spent in the right area. Expenditures within this area fall into three primary categories, Personnel services is one of our largest FTE programs that we have in the organization. Those programs combined are about 140 plus FTE. One of our single biggest programs is transportation maintenance, located out here to the east of this building. They're about a little north of 110 FTE that maintain the 1,400 linear miles of roadway that we have the responsibility, the single biggest public asset the county owns. We have the responsibility of maintaining that. Materials and services, we have an extensive number of contracts within materials and services, so a lot of those dollars that were spent don't fall under capital expenditures, they fall under materials and services. So we have contracts, for example, our annual paving package this year, we're just under $20 million in paving. Right now, we're running a Sunnyside Road project, it's about 30 blocks of improved pavement, maintenance and restoration we're gonna do on Sunnyside Road. We have also includes 142nd Avenue paving from Sunnyside Road to Highway 212. We also are resurfacing about 19.28 miles of various road surfaces. We are paving an additional 4.5 outside of the Sunnyside package in our rural roadways, and about 14.78 miles of slurry seal, which is another treatment we do to preserve the road systems within Clackamas County. This also includes capital project expenditures. We have 69 active capital projects that we are managing right now, and it is a lot. That is everything from general safety improvements for signal improvements, crosswalk, things like that, all the way up to, if you've had the chance to drive through Childs Road recently, that's one of our larger projects, pushing north of $18 million for that roundabout. It's located over off Stafford Road in Childs. Andrew, if you'd be so kind, page 120. This is a roll-up of a number of general fund programs, primarily code enforcement, dog services, and sustainability. A little fun fact, we had the opportunity to shelter about 500 to 700 dogs annually, but we are not meeting the entire need that's out there, and we have heard and adjusted services accordingly to meet the needs of the funding that we have. I do want to talk about this particular fund. The majority of the beginning fund balance that you see is sustainability. Those dollars that come from a lot of their money comes from either grants, local, regional, state grants. It also comes from metro hauling fees with their, franchise fees. Thank you so much. Franchise fees that we have. There's some federal, state, local money, about $1.3 million. A lot of that money is still grant money that sustainability is getting. You'll see some license for services, $2.5 million. Majority of that is dog services license. We have put a very specific focus on increasing our dog services licensing over the last year. It has paid off. About $900,000 of those dollars is dog services licensing. And then there's fees and fines for code enforcement in there as well. Moving on, there is general fund within this program. County administration is gracious enough to provide $1.8 million in dog services funding. That goes all to dog services. Does not go to code enforcement, does not go to sustainability, but it provides shelter services and dog services for the county. Expenditures here are primarily personnel. You got almost 33 FTE in total. And then a lot of the materials and services work our sustainability program needs to do around regional waste collection and improvements. These are dollars that we're mandated to, these are plans and improvements we are mandated to provide by the regional metro recycling role. And for our ability to qualify for grants and get the funding that we have, we are required to implement certain objectives that are regionally desired regarding food scraps and things of that nature. Page 121, please. This is our library, it says library network, it's Fund 212. There are three things that are packaged together in this. This is primarily Oak Lodge Library, Gladstone Library, and also our library support services program that provides services to all the library cities throughout Clackamas County. Revenue is primarily comes in three categories. One, there's a beginning fund balance. Second, there's library district revenue, which I'm not sure if you were here yesterday or listened to the discussion yesterday. We have a library district that provides revenue to all of our library entities. Some of that revenue does come into these programs to provide services. And there's general fund support in here as well, but all of that general fund support goes specifically to library support services. There is no general fund that it goes either to Oak Lodge or to Gladstone for operational costs. I guess kind of the fun fact here with this program, we are done building libraries thank you, that's great. I'm so happy. We are, yeah, exactly, happy dance. I am pleased to announce we have Gladstone is complete and operational for a little over a year. Oak Lodge is complete and operational. Now we kind of move into this with every capital. Once you get in with capital construction, now you move into this operational cost of some of these things. And so we're still tracking those operational costs and seeing what we can do to make sure we have sufficient funds and to operate those as efficiently and effectively as possible. Personnel expenses, roughly there's 24 FTE in these three programs. Majority of those are either one, books are a big, obviously we're libraries, we're buying a lot of books, materials and services contracts. We also, Rick Peterson, our library support services program, does a lot of really collaborative work with our library service providers, our other library cities. And one of the things they're looking to push forward here is a reimbursement program where we're going to buy certain kinds of book lockers and make them uniform throughout all the libraries and buy them as one acquisition and then have the libraries pay us back for that acquisition. And we're working collaboratively with all those cities to do so. And then capital, you're going to see it's gone down. We aren't building anymore, like I said, so our capital dollars have been drastically depleted from prior years. Page 124, please. Now, this is Parks and Forestry. A little fun fact here, I'm not sure if you knew this. We have 1 million visitors to our county parks on an annual basis, over 1 million, which kind of was shocking to me. This is a combination of our parks and our forestry program, and so essentially there's various funding sources that are in here, anywhere from federal money that come and local money from state money, et cetera. There's charges and fees. We provide the board on an annual basis approves a fee structure for the use of those services, so folks have got to provide, there's a fee charged for day use, et cetera, or camping within our parks. There's also other revenues and interfunds. One of the things I do want to just speak briefly about is this is parks and forestry. One of the things that we've made a focus on is ensuring that some of our what we consider kind of non-core county services like forestry are providing funding for our key county core services like parks. So in here, you're going to see an interfund of dollars that are coming across that are coming from our logging activity that are directly funding the parks program and providing revenue into county parks. That's we're in the third phase of a sale that we made a number of years ago. That should be completed this next fiscal year, and we're estimating about $400,000 of revenue coming from the forestry activity to go into county park systems. Be so good, 125, please. Thank you so much. I do, along those same lines, I'd like to speak briefly about the fact that we do operate a golf course, and that golf course operates through a contract that we have. We just put the contract out for a new RFP, and we through that RFP process, we got just to make sure we're on the up and up, and we're getting good dollars for our services and costs for our services. We did send the contract back out to Total Golf Management. They were the best applicant that responded and the highest on performance, and also they're recouping dollars back into our program. You're going to see the revenue as beginning fund balance and Stone Creek and there's some Stone Creek user fees in there. Expenditures fall into operational costs for Stone Creek, but they also fall into two key areas. One is capital repair and replace. We have got to do some improvements to the sprinkler system, irrigation system that's out there. The inability to irrigate the area then results in a reduction in tee times, and that reduces a reduction of revenue. So that system's about 20 years old, and we've got to go in there and put some investment in that. We have an RFP out for that currently. Second is the transfer. We get about $250,000 a year that we're transferring out of that into our county park system on an annual basis that goes into funding county park services. Andrew, if you'd be so kind, page 126. This is a number, again, some Fund 100 programs, which primarily consist of county surveyor, current planning, and long-range planning. Little fun fact, county survey is on track right now to create about 1,600 lots or tracts in the county, which are added to the county tax roll every year. That's new development that is occurring and new land descriptions that are occurring. Revenue within that is primarily beginning fund balances and charges for fees and other services. We do have some expenses in here that primarily personnel. They're personnel heavy with 25 FTEs. There's personnel costs associated with it, materials and services. Go into code enforcement support. So we have those programs that work a lot with code enforcement. They're supporting the work of code enforcement. General fund is no longer doing that. We pulled that money out, and we have these programs supporting them directly. So it's between a lot of their work in code enforcement, does planning, does building services, does septic, things like that. So they provide funding for those needed services. Page 127, please. This is our development services fund. This is primarily building and septic. These are restricted funds, restricted by the state, and essentially I just to give you scope and scale, this program, in addition to the other development services program, these programs field 400,000 development-related interactions a year. I don't care if it's an inspection request. I don't care if it's a call on the phone. I don't care if it's an email. I don't care if it's a, hey, I'm looking at this piece of property and I want to know what I need to know about it before I buy it for due diligence. There is still a lot of activity, and we track that on an annual basis. Even more amazing, that interaction, we're getting survey results from that people appreciate those. Doesn't say we always say yes, because we don't. But that interaction is valued by our customers, and we get about a 90% approval rating on that, which is great. And we preach that to our people who are working in development review. It's the empathy that you show and the desire to try to get to yes. Not saying we always can, but these are big investments that people are doing in and around the community. That are some of their single biggest investment in your life is the house that you live in. So. Those efforts, in all honesty, are resulting in millions of square feet a year being constructed. And those millions of square feet a year that are being constructed are resulting in millions of dollars of value that are hitting the tax rolls that are funding all the programs that you're talking about regarding property tax and the good work and the good dollars that are going to the general fund to continue to fund other programs that you've been discussing today and the rest of the day. Revenue, a lot of it's beginning fund balance, a lot of that's restricted from building services, in all honesty. They have charges and fees for services that you'll see there. Expenses, personnel services, about 50 FTE in this program, it's a lot. And then there's a lot of work for materials and services. For contracts, I'm not sure if you know this, but we're working to help build a 600,000 square foot hospital out at Kaiser right now. If you haven't driven by Kaiser, you have got to drive by that and look at it. It is amazing. The work that they are doing on a postage size stamp lot is amazing. And the fact they are not shutting down Sunnyside Road and Sunnybrook, they are doing great work. Anderson Construction and our friends at Kaiser are doing great stuff. But what we've done is we've hired on-call contracts, we've done IGAs, things to get supportive services in place that if and when they need a service, we can activate. If we aren't able to deal with that with our staffing levels, we can activate those services and meet the needs of the private development community on the terms that they have, when they need it, how they need it. So we're getting the services out to them while keeping our staff right-sized for the services we provide throughout the rest of the year. Again, also there's code enforcement support, and there's also tech services costs, which building services tends to pay for and then gets reimbursed from other programs as it moves forward. Page 128, please. We've got, this is basically our Office of Economic Development and Lottery Funding. A lot of the money, we've been focusing on rebuilding this program. The board's very familiar with this. During the pandemic, it took kind of changed focus into getting money out for CARES and things of that nature and small business support. We're rebuilding this program on a day-to-day basis, it feels like, over the last couple of years. They get on average about $2.7 million of lottery funding that comes in that builds on the current programs that they have. They also, just for the most part, on our expenditure side, we've been ramping up the programs and more programs to support economic vitality and growth throughout Clackamas County, and we plan on doing more things. So we've done workforce development grants with Clackamas Community College over the last couple of years. The Board of County Commissioners approved a grant program for small business grant program where we're issuing, I think it's over $600,000 annually, but up to $100,000 per grant recipient, that we're getting a return on investment from our small grant, and the return from their private investment is multiplying those dollars, not only an investment they're making that goes to the tax rolls, but also in the FTEs that they would increase for their particular job and the wages that they're paying for those particular positions as well. We are, there's a number of different things in play here, but it's a little bit inflated because we did get $1 million from tourism. Tourism saw the great work our Office of Economic Development was doing to get funding out to small businesses that had a certain focus. They've asked us to assist with getting $1 million out for them, which we're going to do. Basically, more focus on our rural business partners and our rural tourist-focused business partners. So we're working to get those grant dollars out. And then we've got contingency and reserve that we're hanging on to bring other additional ideas in front of the Board of County Commissioners for program. We have talked about a strategic land program, about not land bank, not going to complicate it like the land bank, but is there a strategic land program the board would like to see where we look to kind of take properties and prep them for the marketplace to make them better and more desirable. We're going to talk about grant funding and a variety of things we're looking at as we move forward. Page 129, please. So this is, I got 2 minutes. 129, this is road fund as well. Essentially, this is development, engineering, long-range transportation planning, and regional policy. I just wanted to highlight this one because primarily the expenses, we had some big undertakings this year. We've got an update to our transportation system plan. Essentially, that's a 20-year analysis of what the transportation system needs are within the county. And that plan then resets on about a 10-year rotation, and so it's been a while since we've done the last one. That then rolls into our SDC methodology and really is the basis for kind of our 5-year capital improvement plan as well, and where we invest dollars for the improvements that are needed in and around Clackamas County. It also is the great work that we're doing on Sunrise. We've got a lot of Sunrise work that's been doing out there through our regional coordination group. They continue to overachieve. We've got transit planning that's been going on in that particular area that we're funding, and travel options assessments as well. With that, I'm going to draw your attention to page 136, and we're going to briefly discuss our opportunities and our challenges. Opportunities for 26, 27. We just felt it was important to kind of highlight. I mean, one, Bull Run. I mean, that was, we've still got funding for that. I just want to make sure we haven't talked about that in a while. The State Bridge Program, the Local Agency Bridge Selection Committee recommended awarding full construction funding for that particular project, and it remains. I think it's safe to say it took us a decade to find funding for that particular project. We went for a variety of earmarks, federal funding, state funding. We were able to actually get dollars in place to really get that needed infrastructure improvement. We are actively, Board of County Commissioners has an objective and a desire through the strategic plan to look at how we do our codes and to make sure our codes are as efficient and effective as possible. We are in a process to amend, we've amended bylaws already for some of our particular programs, namely like the lighting district and others. And we are also looking to amend and improve efficiencies between the codes that we have. We have a major zoning and development ordinance audit going on right now, which is basically taking a thorough look at the zoning and development ordinance, kind of the guiding document for land use around Clackamas County, figuring out how to make it more digestible, not only internally, but externally to the customers that we have who are using it on a daily basis. System plans, we have got a variety of plan updates in play right now. We are developing a parks system plan to act as a guide for future development. We had the pleasure of having BCS programs join DTD a number of years ago, and this was one of the directives that we discussed when they originally joined us was parks investments seem complicated, and I couldn't figure out why they were complicated. What is your guiding light for where you're investing dollars or where opportunities come forward? And there really wasn't a document to support that. And so we have an effort right now to look out with the public and have a discussion around what is there, what is needed, and where investments are, future investments may need to be needed to support that system. We talked about the 20-year transportation system plan update. That's underway. We have the completion of the Sunrise Corridor community visioning work. That work has then triggered additional efforts. First and foremost is we were able to be awarded $12.5 million for regional flex funds, which we are matching. We are actually making match for that from our development agency, which is going to help to advance the development of the Sunrise Corridor and assessment of the opportunities out there to adjust the environmental documents to get the project that is really viable and buildable, which is not the 8-lane project that is currently documented in the federal documents. We can't build that. That can't be built. So it's revise that to what can be built and what we've talked to the community about and get that approved and then move things forward. We also worked collaboratively with the City of Happy Valley and our development agency to put in for a $30 million bill grant. And the bill grant we're looking to secure is to basically do a deeper dive and focus improvements to the Rock Creek interchange intersection. A lot of you have driven through that area. What we're looking to do is kind of split some traffic from that area to improve efficiency and effectiveness and operational capacity within that intersection as a whole. A development activity. We have a lot going on. Like we said, we have Kaiser, 600,000 square foot expansion. We've got significant development that's happening. And in Canby, we actually operate the building services program for the city of Canby. A lot of work going on down in that area. Compass Oncology, if you've driven out by the Toys R Us site, they have done a significant investment in that piece of property, and they are now located there. There's just a lot of stuff going on, which is really great to see, especially in the economic environment that we were facing. Our challenges looking forward to the next year, legislative mandates, you've heard it before, we'll hear it again. We are knee-deep in them. It doesn't matter if it's the last couple of years have been housing and everybody wants to do housing. The next round is going to be economic development. It's going to be economic vitality. And so it's really trying to figure out where and when and be proactive with our legislative group to figure out what's viable, what can we do, what are tools that we maybe already have that can bolster, that can assist in the economic health of the region. I'm not going to talk about transportation funding. I'm going to share one thing, and my one thing is this. Our funding is stagnant. It is not increasing, and our costs are going up. And that is just a fact. And we are very healthy right now. We have prioritized a large majority of our expenses are in maintenance of our assets that we have. But that we forecast. Deidre and her group does amazing work in forecasting all this work going forward. I'm not saying that's going to be the case in out years, but we'll kind of see what the state legislature does and how they speak to that. Economic development, we talked about it already. It's going to be a focus as we move forward and try to ensure a healthy, economic, viable, and feasible Clackamas County. And then dog services, shelter services, we had a reduction in those services. We actually capped the number of shelter spaces that we have to the funding that is provided. And that is a decision that's been made, and we have adjusted services accordingly. So with that, I think that I was 4 minutes over, and I apologize for that. I'd be happy to answer any question. Oh, pardon me. I have one more thing to add. And I may have misheard you yesterday. There was a discussion around supplemental budgets. And when we're having this discussion around supplemental budgets, one of the things that I want you to keep in mind is that supplemental budgets are very important to programs that have high capital construction. When we are developing our budgets, Deidre and her good team, they love January and February because they know we're going into crazy town because they're developing the budgets. We're asking to develop our budgets with year-end estimates in January and February. We're developing estimates for our budget for next fiscal year in March. We run capital construction and we get capital heavy. We're starting to get capital heavy in April, May, queuing up to June, July. And that June to July is a transition period for our fiscal year, obviously. And so we are very strategic with our supplemental budgets. A lot of the dollars we either, one, strategically look at new revenues that come in and make sure we're tapping that new revenue and that additional cost. Or two, we're able to explain to you, because we have high contingency and reserve in some of our road fund dollars, those dollars are planned out for multi-year projects. And so we're showing you that we're bringing those dollars up. But to fix that would create just a discussion that we should have around construction and what that percentage might look like if you're looking at actually implementing something like that. I may have misheard you yesterday, but I swear when I was listening, I heard some discussion on that. So that's all I got, I swear. Yep. Happy to answer your questions you might have.
Commissioner West.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Dan.
Hi.
So we've had a lot of discussion about dog services. I mean, it's not the largest piece of your budget by any means, but a lot of people have a lot of feelings about those things. And we were trying to get creative and figure out how to get more revenue. It sounds like those efforts around maybe modernizing and a new look at how we collect fees and services. By the way, I just want to let you know that mine are paid. I learned that I needed to pay those through a public meeting. So full disclosure, Bailey now is fully licensed with the county, and
Mike Besner will be so happy
nice
to hear
job.
that.
So are my two dogs.
So yeah, Martha's are now too. So there's a number of commissioners that didn't even know that
I
we
didn't
needed to
know.
contribute.
I
By the
didn't
way, if you
know.
have a dog, it needs to be licensed with the county
Oh
so
my
that we can
God.
afford our very important dog services.
Yeah.
Everybody listening, please license and register your pets with the county so we can have the essential services.
City.
Or
the
city.
city.
Or
Like
city,
it's-
yeah, because
like
Lake
Oswego
Oswego
has
has
a
its
city.
own thing going on.
Yeah. Yeah.
License and spay and neuter and all the rest with your pets and animals. My question to you is, as I look at, I was gonna look at something online about this, but I will do that later. Was it page? It was early on in here. Hold on, I had it. I made a note. Thank you for bearing with me. It's a lot. There are a lot of pages in your packet. So on page 115, it looks like your total budget is almost 3.2. You're getting general fund support for that 3.2 is about 1.8. You have 14 FTE, 12 are filled, 2 are vacant. Can I get an update on where we are with the staffing? I know that was a challenge when you came a few months before us. It looks like you're almost fully staffed. Where are you at? What are the challenges with your staffing that you're seeing? What are the improvements we're seeing with the new revenues coming in? We're still having challenges, because I know that it was, we had a whole, meeting about this.
Yeah,
so.
no, great. So one is the more proactive discussion around fees and fines if you don't license your dog. We've been actively moving forward with that. We have been. We tried the nice, softer side of Sears approach with tag your dog, please, we'll inform you. I'm sorry, that only works to a point. And so we have been actively looking and have, through the great work of our staff, increasing our licensing, which is really great news. In fact, we're at or above the national average for licensing, which is fabulous. It's not, that doesn't mean they're all done, and it's a very small percentage, but it's really great news. Secondly, I should speak to this because the board directed us. We are having active discussions with our city partners because that shelter is our collective. As I shared with the city managers, no one likes paying for a new roof, but you always love a new roof when it rains. And shelter services is kind of one of those things. If I've got a dog I've found, what do I do with it? I got to take it somewhere. 50% of the dogs that we receive come from law enforcement. And so it's just making sure that we're having that discussion. And we've had the first of a number of discussions with them. And we're going to keep advancing that by the director of the board. Right now, I think we'll get back and confirm it, but I believe those numbers are accurate with the 12, and I think we still have the 2 vacancies because we've been repurposing some of those into temporaries to kind of help run some of the shelter service. That is a 24/7 operation.
Yeah.
I mean, you have got to take care of the animals. They are in your possession. They are assets, and we work with that 7 days a week. We have requirements that certain staffing levels, we can have no less than 2 FTE on the floor with those dogs at any given time because of safety. And so there's basic parameters and levels we've done. But again, the staffing that we have, a lot of it, it's more than just the animal care specialists that are there. It's like a vet. We have to operate with the vet, and so we made the conscious decision to get the vet. It's the animal control specialist and the ability to what's the amount of animals that they can safely maintain results in the number of shelter spaces that we have available. We've got, I want to say it's like 30 to 40 shelter spaces. On any given time, that can go down to 10 to 20. And it depends on the number of dogs that we have.
Oh, you mean vacant?
No, cap. A cap that we
because you don't
implement a
have the
cap.
staff.
And so what happens is we check, we're working weekly, and we send out notice to all of our law enforcement professionals. We've had great discussions with them to say, if we have a cap, we tell them we have a cap. I'm sorry, we have a cap right now, we can't accept any more dogs. We have told, obviously, there are circumstances where you have very severe issues, and we'll take those dogs, and we've got to deal with it. But right now, we inform them if we have a cap, and what that looks like.
So are you, Have we seen an improvement in your staffing? Because I know that was critical when you came back before the board.
We haven't seen staffing changes drastically. What we've seen is service adjustments. And that's when we came and talked to the board about the fact that we haven't seen increase in staffing. We staffed to the level of funding that we have, but we've got to adjust the service level down with the cap that we have in the shelter spaces that are there.
So are you needing to fill these other 2 spaces? Or like, I guess I'm trying to figure out your
If you-
need. Because we've had change now since we last talked.
We're having that discussion, and if you want a fully functioning shelter, additional revenue needs to be secured. And that's the discussion we're having with the cities currently. It's like, are you interested in being partners with the county and operating this particular service so it's at your disposal at any given time? And that's the discussion. So, yes, to operate at full capacity, we have to increase our staffing levels. Right now, we're at a capped capacity, so we're staffing to the level that we have.
And that's
10 to 20 shelter spaces on average.
which is covered by 12 positions.
Correct. 12 filled.
Ideally, you need 14.
Correct.
Okay.
The ask that we had last year was a discussion around general fund and for two FTE that would get us to the 14 that would essentially provide two additional animal care technicians.
And we haven't quite got there yet with our funding.
We haven't quite got there yet, but we're actively working towards it, trying to get a partnership with other cities and their jurisdictions.
Okay, thank you. That's my question.
Commissioner Savas.
Yeah, I'm going to draw your attention. Well, first of all, I want to thank you, your staff, Deidre, all you that stood up 2 libraries and a couple other things. And you have a lot going on in your department. So I want to acknowledge the great work you've done. So appreciate you and appreciate your staff. I know you can't do without staff. You got some awesome people. So acknowledge that. Page 146 and 148, which is the Gladstone Library and the Oak Lodge Library. I'm not asking for new money.
46?
146 and 148. And as I read this, Dan, and listening to some of the comments in the community as well as attending some of the library meetings and also one of the city councilors calling in yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
It looks to me as though there's adequate ongoing revenue, not one-time revenue, but it looks like there's a possibility for room for improvement, spending down that, not spending down, but utilizing some of that ongoing revenue coming from the library district to apply. And I don't know the numbers, but I would like to see if there is safe room to recalibrate, as opposed to right now, it looks like we're packing away a little bit of money in reserves. The reserves seem to be growing, right, or contingency seems to be growing. So that tells me there's some room. And I don't know if that covers some of the expectations. I don't know exactly what they are. I heard the counselor say Sundays. I don't know what that means. I've heard questions about access to some of the meeting rooms. I don't think that if that's done right, that shouldn't cost any money, right? And I'll use the Oak Grove Fire Station as an example. We've used that building hundreds of times, and all we have is a code, key person that we know we can trust that allows us to get in the meeting room. We use the meeting room, we restore it back to what it was, and we walk away. There's no staffing by CCFD1 to staff a meeting room. So I don't know why we can't adapt a model similar to, because that was a big deal for both the community of Gladstone and the community of Oak Grove. So I just want to ask, not here today, but if there's room to.
You just asked.
Huh?
I think you just asked. Real quick, you
Well,
highlighted something.
I'm not asking for a yes or no, but it's can we look into it?
Yeah,
is what I'm
totally.
saying.
And I think real quick, you caught up on there's a contingency and reserve there. One of the things I never like to do is I always get concerned on the transition out of a capital construction effort and you roll into operations the next year. And I never want to overcommit to that discussion or to expenditure of those, because I want to have a little pot to make sure we're covering all the operational costs, because we do our best when we build anything, and we've built a lot of stuff. of identifying like allocated cost acquisition, estimated allocated costs, and all these operational costs and everything. And we think we got a pretty good handle on it, but we like to give it a year to kind of cushion that to make sure it's exactly what we think or close to what we think it is. And then, yeah, most definitely there can be discussions around that. When we talked about changing the hours of operation, I mean, one, I don't think there's really a need to fund. I don't think there's a need to open any entities if there's not a need in that particular area. So we looked at kind of hours of operation when those buildings were at their highest use, and we increased some hours in some days. But we did tell people we would revisit that, once they got fully operational and really got a good handle, and also what available funding we have. And so we can visit that over the next year and see how that might work and or be adjusted. I mean, Oak Lodge is a great example. I mean, it's close proximity to the park. You've got Concord facility there. I mean, there's a lot of people there on any given time, and so we can have a discussion around that.
Yeah. Again, thank you for that. And just so everyone knows, not asking for any general fund. It's just existing library dedicated money to be possibly recalibrated. That's all. Thank you.
Ms. Rader.
So you started to speak to this, and I'm just. It's a clarifying question about the contingency funds. So are the contingency funds already committed to specific projects? And do you hold those funds within your department, or how does that work?
So that's a very large
I had a feeling.
It differs. And so when it depends on the program that we look at through the 12 different funds we've got and the 29 or 26 programs that we have. It depends on what program it is and what it does annually dictates how and what we might need in contingency. And so, for example, if you're running a capital construction program that runs whatever we run, 63, what was our number? 69 projects. We look at that project count, and there's always contingency within the project, so we're not worried. But there's always a possibility. Yeah, you could have a scope change in a heartbeat that comes in that kind of runs over, but we're halfway through this project, and so we do keep maybe we'll increase that contingency based off the number of projects that we're doing on an annual basis. The libraries is a great example. We kept their contingency a little bit higher than normal because we don't know all the operating costs. And so if we need to come back, we'll talk to the board about a supplemental because here's something we didn't estimate. Some are very small.
I was looking at the 25 million one.
Oh, is that 215?
It's
That's got to be 215. Road fund.
Yeah, which,
Yeah.
I mean, it makes
Yeah.
sense. It's a lot of projects.
Yeah, and so what we keep in contingency and reserve, we run, we do prospectuses for every single capital projects that we run. And a prospectus is essentially a discussion around, one, our revenue, where's our revenue coming for that particular project? What's our schedule for that particular project? Because you can't be budgeting funds in one fiscal year for a project that takes 3. And so when we look at contingency and reserve, we keep that programmed for out-year expenditures on a multi-year contracts. And it is, when you're running 63 projects, that's what inflates that dollar amount that's there as well. You also have liability to some extent with some of the work that transportation maintenance is doing. Maybe an opportunity for pavement. We do pavement restoration and modification. Maybe something comes up there, but it gives flexibility within those funds that if we have to at any given time, we can adjust it based off the project needs.
Okay.
May I also add something? Thank you. Deidre with Transportation and Development. So a couple other things that happen, especially in Fund 215, which is the one it seems you're looking at right now, is that fund also houses the Damascus Road funds, which can only be spent on certain things. State law requires that we spend at least 1% of the state highway fund receipts on specifically bike ped projects. And so when you're not able to do that in a particular year, you actually have to hold that then in reserve until you're able to prove you've done it the way the state law requires.
I get it.
With the Community Road Fund, the Local Vehicle Registration Fund, which is also housed in Fund 215, in that case, we actually had to go through a pretty big design effort before we could start building the projects that we wanted to get funded with those monies. And so it did build up a little bit higher of a contingency than really what we wanted to see, but we also could see through those prospectus reports that Dan spoke about that it was going to come down and we were moving into transitioning to construction. If you look at some groups, sorry, Dan, do you want to go? If you look at like building codes, for example, they carry a pretty heavy contingency and reserve. That's for a really different reason. It's a really heavily staffed program, and if you have an economic downturn, in order to, if you did ever have to correct your FTE count and possibly do a reduction in staff, there's a lot of costs that don't catch up for at least 6 months is what we found historically. So you need to have a pretty heavy contingency available to be able to weather the storm as you're right sizing if the market changes drastically, and it happens fast. And so we've got.
Do you have to go through the commission to reallocate or, to move those around between projects, and that's, okay.
To move it out of contingency, absolutely. We have to submit a supplemental budget like anybody else would and
Okay.
explain our reasoning behind that and why we're trying to access
Okay.
those funds.
Okay.
Commissioner Schrader.
Yeah, Dan, I'm bringing us back to dog control, your favorite issue. So what I did was I looked up to see what was available throughout the region. And so the biggest one is the Oregon Humane Society. There's Oregon Dog Rescue, Family Dogs, New Life Shelter, the Pixie Project, and the Animal Shelter Alliance of Portland. Have we done any outreach to partner with them about how we can help solve our dog issue? Or do we have an opportunity, since we are limited in what we can do, when a dog comes in and you say there's no room, do we have a referral process to some of these other entities that do that on a nonprofit level? Because I don't know, I don't recall us ever having a conversation with the other folks that are in that milieu. And as you know, as a dog lover, is there a different way we can help augment what we do?
I wanted to start with, and I appreciate that,
Yeah.
those places won't take some of the dogs we get.
Okay, well, that.
And I just want to make sure we're clear about
No,
that.
no, no,
Yep.
I'm okay with that. I
so-
think that, but is there other dogs that we can refer to them that aren't?
Yes, and so
Okay.
we on an annual basis, in fact, I just asked this question from Christine Wallace, our manager that's down there. I mean, we run adoptions. We run adoptions specifically through our programs, but we also look to partners with sometimes with rescues that are out there and other entities.
Right.
To try to get dogs that are adoptable back out into the public as quickly as possible to reduce our costs. That doesn't, some are more successful than others in what kind of, because some of those entities have specifics on the exact dogs they'll take. Some are focused on breeds, things like that. But we do maximize those to the greatest extent possible with what or who is able to assist us with getting those dogs back into the population.
Would it help, for example, if we looked up these organizations, found out what they take and what they don't take, and have someone give them a call? Or me give them a call? Or
Our
them
staff
give them
does
a call?
that.
You
Our
do
staff
that?
is aware.
Okay, you're already doing
Our
it.
staff is aware, and our shelter supervisor, who is aware of kind of who and where is out there in the marketplace to assist with the adoptions, and they coordinate when needed
Okay.
to get those done. Yep.
Right, and the other thing is, I do notice at the end, there's a dog services charitable fund with nothing in it. Why is that?
Well, a charitable fund, if you recall, we used to have it.
Right,
We used to have a
Fido?
nonprofit.
Yeah, Fido.
And that nonprofit essentially, the issue was cost to operate that, and we were refocusing the use of our staff towards care for the dogs. We still accept donations. I want to make sure we're clear about that, and we have a process in place to do that. But that 501c3 was closed about 2 years ago? I think it was 2 years ago. Those dollars were brought into the county, and they're a separate fund, and we still continue to use those dollars specifically for the original intent of the foundation itself. So they fund, for example, if there's a couple $100,000 in there, and we'll fund, for example, like a medical equipment and things like that that might be needed. That was kind of the intent of the original foundation. We do programs to support extreme cases and circumstances where we may get an animal that is beyond the ability for our vet to care for.
Yeah.
And they will take it to a vet to take care of, get taken care of and on the mend. So there are specific areas that we remain committed to using those dollars in that fashion.
Okay, and how is the building itself? Is it in good shape or bad shape? I've heard that it's not the best shape, but
It's in shape.
it's in shape. Okay, well,
It's a hard, I mean, you think about it, that it is used and it is loved greatly.
yes, I know.
Taking care of animals is not an easy case, and it's not always a clean set of circumstances. But we continue to try to adjust and keep our costs as minimal as possible. There are some things that are needed. I mean, we'll probably be looking at HVAC systems, that kind of stuff here in the near
Okay.
future, figure out how we're going to pay for that. There's other improvements. We collaborate with facilities on those and try to, really focus on what is actually needed or what can be delayed. But it's funny, you think about it was new at one point in time and we invested money.
I remember.
Yeah, but that was
I
a
was
long
here
time
for
ago.
that.
A long time ago.
Don't tell me how old I am,
Yep.
Dan. Okay. don't-
Oh, I'm
but
right
I'll
there
let-
with you. It's all good. Yep.
Well, I'm just wondering if we can't revive the charitable fund. I know that's not your favorite thing, though, but maybe that's an avenue we could look at. I don't.
I always get, I appreciate
Yeah.
that.
Well,
I always get concerned about funding staff with short-term dollars.
yeah, there
So
you
I'm
go.
not, so if you're gonna fund, if
Yep.
we're gonna fund people, I'm not gonna go out there and hire somebody and have them come in and say, congratulations, you got a job for 6 months or a year and we gotta let you go. And so that's the only thing that'd be concerned.
Okay, yeah, because of the inconsistency of
yep.
the revenue stream. Yeah, which we deal with even with everything that we're doing right now.
It is. Hopefully the discussion with the cities will be fruitful.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh, I'd like to go to those if I could, so
Okay.
I'd be interested. I'll bring my dogs, and they'll guilt them.
Appreciated.
Okay.
Thank you. We good for recess for lunch, Gary?
Yes, so we're behind schedule, so how long of a lunch break would you like to take?
I want to be back at 1.
All right, so you have a 28-minute lunch break. Food is served back in the Board of Commissioners office in the Public Services Building, 4th floor. So if everyone can please go over there, we'll be back here at 1 o'clock.